the sun sets on the 2022 big league season, the stars of tomorrow shine bright in the desert night. For 30 seasons, we have seen the likes of Aaron Judge, Mike Trout, Mookie Betts, and Bryce Harper go from AFL stars to MLB superstars. This year's class has a chance to shine as bright as any. One stellar fall season could put you on a meteoric rise to the show. So come stargaze with us as the best of the best from the Fall League face off. It's the AFL Championship game next on MLB Network.
What a place to travel to in November. Gorgeous sunny day in Arizona, and this is the destination for tomorrow's top talent. You got fall baseball in the Valley of the Sun, another run of prospects blossoming and culminating with a winner-take-all final matchup, time to crown a champion. This is MLB Network's special coverage of the Arizona Fall League Championship game. Tonight, the Glendale Desert Dogs take on the surprise Saguaros from historic Scottsdale Stadium. Hello, everyone. Scott Braun along with MLB Pipeline's Jim Callis and former general manager Dan O'Dowd. And for the first time, we had a little bit of a playoff format change. Just like in Major League Baseball, they decided to switch it up in the Fall League, Jim. And you were at the play-in semifinal game where Glendale advanced.
Yeah, in the past, they've taken two division winners straight to the championship game. This year, no division split. Second, third place teams played last night. We saw Glendale hold off Peoria 6-3. Exciting game. Big night for Noelvi Marte. We'll talk about him in a little bit. And, kind of, I think, surprises in the driver's seat because they're more rested.
That's true. Right. They earned it, though.
That's true.
Okay, let's go over Noelvi Marte and the top prospects that you're going to see in this AFL championship game, according to MLB Pipeline. And Marte is number 17. Big name that popped up around the trade deadline in the Luis Castillo deal as he's sent to Seattle. This was the gem, wasn't it, that came the other way?
Yeah, they got 4 prospects, 3 of Seattle's top 5 prospects, but the biggest name was Noelvi Marte. And it's interesting. I mean, he is obviously a big-time prospect, but he's really struggled in the Fall League. They had him play third base where he's never played professionally. He's looked rough there. 6 errors in 21 games. Only 3 extra base hits in the AFL regular season, but last night it was interesting. They put him at DH, said just worry about the bat. Don't worry about playing third base. Hits a home run, hits a double, scores a winning run. Looked great last night. He looked like the Noelvi Marte who drives the ball for power, pulled a home run, hit a double the opposite field. Looked a lot better last night than he had earlier in the season.
Yeah, huge part of the victory, 6-3 for Glendale, and he said he was working on his opposite field approach and batting practice. So nice when it actually plays out in the game itself. So we'll see him going up against a surprise roster, like Jim mentioned, that is well rested, and also, Dan, very talented. And there's one player whose hit tool really stands out to you. Who's that?
For me, it's Nick Gonzalez, guys. I really think this young man can hit. He uses the entire field. He's got like really, really good hands. The key for me, one, he needs to stay on the field and get everyday reps. Number 2, I'd love to see him settle in at second base and not jump around. Number 3, he's such a good hitter. I hope he doesn't try to force his power and just let that kind of happen for him as he gets a chance to play on a regular basis.
He's part of a Pirates organization that ranks top 10 among teams right now in terms of their farm system talent, which we're looking at right here. Nick sneaks inside the top 100 at the moment. He is ranked number 93. Future stars playing here in the Arizona Fall League. We had the Fall Stars game about a week ago, and this is it. One last game before we say goodbye on this season. The stars of tomorrow shining one more time in the desert with lineups and first pitch next on MLB Network.
Dyson's latest vacuum reveals invisible dust with a laser. Carbon fiber filaments pick up those microscopic particles. Suction is increased when needed. This special sensor counts each size and gives you scientific proof. while this hypodymium motor and 5-stage filtration provide the most powerful deep clean. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free shipping from Dyson.
America is on its way to becoming the world's clean energy superpower, and silver is about to replace oil. Clean energy technology is reliant on silver, and believe it or not, we don't have enough silver to cover America's energy requirements, let alone the world's.
So is silver really expensive then?
It's not. Start with Noble Gold's Gold and Silver Investment Guide. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com.
Solar Sox have won the 2016 Arizona Fall League Championship. Peoria Javelinas have won the Arizona Fall League Championship in 2017. Walks it off, and Peoria wins the 2018 Arizona Fall League title. And the Salt River Raptors are the Arizona Fall League champions.
Mesa Solar Sox win the Arizona Fall League. So who's next? We're back with MLB Network's special coverage of the 2022 Arizona Fall League Championship game. Scotty Braun, Jim Callis, Dan O'Dowd, and we have a team returning to this very game for a second consecutive year, and that is a surprise as we look back at some of the previous winners. And also, I didn't realize for Glendale, Jim, I know you're into all the history of the Arizona Fall League. It's been 10 years since they won a title.
Yeah, that's quite the drought. You know, watching that open brought back one of the most crazy AFL memories. I think you were doing the game with me, Dan. I think we were doing with Stephen Nelson when Braxton Davidson hit the walk-off home run, which Stephen called right before he hit it, and then he broke his foot while he was circling the bases and had to be helped on plate. It was crazy.
You should have seen the article on MLB.com from Jim afterward. It was nuts. Glendale Desert Dogs starting 9, and Austin Martin is in the Twins organization along with Edouard Julien, who's having a dynamite fall. Andy Pai's big prospect with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and also his friend and teammate Jose Ramos, Xavier Warren in there, the switch hitter, the only one in the lineup, Alex Isola, also in the Twins organization. Marte, well documented before this game started in the open. Matt McClain, his teammate, playing shortstop, and Adam Hackenberg with a very athletic family. We'll get into that as well. Colton Gordon is your starting pitcher, the left-hander in the Houston Astros organization, an 8th round selection in 2021 out of the University of Central Florida.
Yeah, 8th round pick. Even though he had Tommy John surgery 2 months before the draft, but the Astros really liked his fastball metrics and his command. And it's interesting, he's had those numbers aren't, don't blow you away, 6.38 ERA. But he had a bad start. I saw his first start of the year down here, and he relies on deceiving you with kind of a flat fastball up in the strike zone. And the day I saw him, his fastball was down and got pounded. But he was pitcher of the week in week 5 when he made his last start. His start this week was rained out, so he's on a roll right now. And it's all about location. If he can keep that fastball up in the zone, move the secondary pitches around the zone, then he's going to do pretty well. If he gets the fastball down, this righty-heavy lineup by Glendale might have their way with it.
And Dan, I remember a time when it was like, he had Tommy John surgery, watch out. Now it's like, whatever, we'll draft him 2 months later.
He's got a real crossfire delivery, which I think creates some deception. And I'm still really high on this young man in the box right now, Austin Martin. I think he gets traded, pick number 1, gets traded, 2 different organizations in a short period of time.
And a nice stop by Will Wagner, son of Billy Wagner, making the play to retire Austin Martin. Yeah, this is a guy who we talked about a ton, and Austin, a number 12 prospect in the Twins system, has fallen a bit since he at one point was in the top 20.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was the number 5 overall pick in the draft before he got traded in the Barrios trade, and he's had a rough time of it. I don't ever think he's going to hit for a ton of power. He hit for very little power this year, and he really struggled in Double-A. And they're also trying to find him a position. Dan, what I think they should do with him, what the Twins should do with him, I don't think he can play shortstop. They've tried to make him a shortstop. He's played a lot of shortstop out here. He's in left field tonight. He's not going to be a shortstop. Put him in the outfield, or maybe try second base, and let him focus on doing what he does
I thought
best.
he was a center fielder coming out of the draft. I thought he had good instincts out there. It's a position of need in our game. There's just not a lot of good center fielders. But I do think they need to leave him alone and let him settle in at a position.
2-0 to Edouard Julien is taken in, and he's got a great eye. regular season numbers here in the AFL, 22 strikeouts to 23 walks, and he's had that MO in the minor leagues.
Yeah, he leads minor league baseball in walks, it seems like, every single year. He really has a great feel for the strike zone.
First base runner of the night, and Glendale has Julian on, and what an AFL breakout campaign for him too. He led the league in on base percentage, walks, and OPS.
You know what, Scotty, and that's what this league does for guys. Guys that are kind of like on the bubble get an opportunity to come to this league and take their game to the next level, and he certainly has taken advantage of that.
Andy Pages, number 5 prospect in the Dodgers system, number 66 overall. Dan, I think about last year, Nelson Velasquez in the Chicago Cubs system really had a breakout Arizona Fall League, and we saw him a bit in the majors this year.
Well, we see that all the time coming out of this league.
0-1 to Pages, and it's 0-2.
I think the big question with Julian is going to be, where does he settle on the diamond as well? He's, kind of a tweener as a defender. It's not an arm really for the left side of the diamond. He's not really have that typical second base quickness. It might be more corner, left field, first base.
Move him around a little bit. Don't expose him in any one area. Looks like he has a feel for the strike zone, a really good idea how to hit.
And that goes back to his days at Auburn. I mean, he's got. I thought he and Justin Henry Malloy, who was a prospect in the Braves system, were maybe the two most consistent approaches that I saw out here in the Fall League this season.
One thing I like about these type of game guys is that through my experience,
Pages lifts one to right. Chase Easley drifting over to make the catch for out number 2.
I think the one thing about these games is that I have found throughout my career is that good players are emotionally invested to win games. And there's something on the line for these kids. They get a little money, they get a ring. It's been a long fall season for them, been a long season. But they want to win this game tonight, and I think you can look into their development a little bit when you watch games like this.
So you're saying who's coming up clutch in a game like this?
Who slows the game down? Who's emotionally invested to compete? And I think you can see those things in the course of every game. And again, I think good players, they like to win. No matter what they're doing, they like to win games.
Also to that point, Dan, too, I think what you can see in this game also, these guys are exhausting. Most of these guys, this is longer than they've ever played. They got to spring training in February. They may have been at the training site before that.
And off to second goes Julian, but they got him. Didn't get a great jump. Blake Sable makes a nice throw on the money. Part of the Pittsburgh Pirates organization coming through to help out his starter, Colton Gordon, get through his half of the first. Scoreless early on in Scottsdale.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Hello. I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies?
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try. Really? This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
What's for dinner? Panera. Freshly prepared with clean ingredients. It's not just a night off from cooking. It's a delicious night on for everyone at the table. Panera. Only $1 delivery fee on our app.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
Let's hit the lineup for surprise. The top seed this year, Jace Easley, a son of former big league all-star Damian in there. Nick Gonzalez, Will Wagner, son of Billy Wagner. We'll get into some bloodline conversation. Scott Schreiber, Carlos De La Cruz hits 5th. Blake Sable, the catcher, just made a sweet play. That is Ronald Acuna Jr.'s brother, Luis Angel, Trevor Hauver, and Samad Taylor to round out the starting 9. And here we go with Ryan Middendorf getting the start, the right-hander in the Brewers organization. Jim, what are we working with here?
Yeah, he's interesting. He was in the Independent Frontier League, Schaumburg Bombers, until June when the Brewers signed him. And he throws, as you can see here, from a low slot, gets a ton of sink on a low 90s fastball. He's, most guys, and him included, who throw from that angle have a sweeping slider. Talked to Glendale pitching coach Bobby Hearn before the game. He's normally a reliever. Probably 2 or 3 innings. 3 would be the max. They're hoping to get 2 out of him at least, and then start mixing and matching with the bullpen.
So bullpen game for Surprise to win it all, huh?
Well, you had the playing game like we talked about in the Open, and also Surprise had the benefit of a rainout this week. So Surprise has only played 2 games this week. Glendale's played 4 the last 4 days in a row before this one. So their pitching staff's been stretched a little more thin.
You're also getting to the time of year, too, where guys are piling up some innings, and there's got to be some cautious approaches to a few of the arms. Damian Easley's son right here. I don't think people realize Damian was an all-star, really good player.
Jace led the minor leagues in stolen bases in 2021. He can really run.
Very twitchy player. Athletic.
5th round pick in 2018 by the Texas Rangers. Behind 1 and 2. And down on strikes, the throw to first to complete it. So that brings us to Nick Gonzalez. Here's the strikeout pitch. Nice season for Middendorf. 9 appearances, the ERA south of 3. Good looking strikeout numbers in the minor leagues this year. Gonzalez spikes one through the right side. Textbook knock for Nick to start the night.
Yeah, again, he's got really good hands to hit. If he can just stay inside the ball right like that. I mean, I think this kid's a 300-plus hitter, and I do think there's power in there. And look how quiet his swing is here. Short to the ball. We got a little stuck almost on his stride foot there and still stayed with inside the ball so much.
He's hit well down here 2 years in a row. He's had some minor injury problems during the regular season. I think if he stays healthy next year, it wouldn't surprise me if he finished the year in Pittsburgh.
Quick swings. Will Wagner gets through short, and Gonzalez is going to hustle to third and get there without a throw. They're on the corners in the first. Will Wagner, first pitch swinger.
That ball, I'm not sure how that got through, guys, honestly, because shortstop was still on this side of the bag. Third baseman was played over. See where?
Yeah, it was
like he stopped. The shortstop stopped because they had the second baseman pulled over a little bit. He didn't go for that ball. He stopped it short.
It looked like he couldn't make up his mind whether he should try to play the ball or get over to third, and he wound up, the indecision cost him. Because I thought the same thing. I thought it was at least going to be McLean was going to come up with the ball. Whether he could throw out Wagner at first
I don't think they're
going
to get a double play on that ball. But you got to get an out on that ball.
That was Reds prospect Matt McLean. He's handling shortstop tonight. So we're up to Scott Schreiber. Popped up. Hackenberg looking. And it's just out of reach for him and a charging Alex Isola. I think someone might have had a shot at that, although it could have gotten ugly.
It hit the railing, so it wasn't in the dugout.
I think your first baseman's got to make that play here. See, he's drifting, looking at the catcher. He's not getting to the railing at all. I don't even know if that got to the railing. I think it might have bounced before.
Also, I mean, hard to completely read lips here with players on the run, but you got to really scream for that baseball, right, Dan?
You do. You got to take charge.
A ton of communication there. Now 1 and 2 on Schreiber.
That's that sweeping slider. This guy looks like he'd be really nasty against right-hand hitters. I think he'd go right back to that pitch here. So obviously he's looking for a strikeout or rolling a double play ball. He did.
Pretty good pitch, just a little bit low.
Was trying to get a rollover on that pitch.
.6'6", 220 on the mound, 24 years old. And that slider sweeps a bit wide.
Well, after chasing the 1-1 pitch, 2 pretty good takes by Schreiber.
I wonder if he'll stay slider here, Jim, and try to run a fastball underneath his hands. Stayed there.
I mean, that slider is fun to watch.
Unless you're a right-handed hitter in the box.
Yeah, for us, I'd like to clarify.
But yeah, I'm enjoying it up here in the press box.
Payoff, runner moving, and the throw doesn't matter. It misses. Ball 4, they're loaded up in the home first for surprise, and here comes Carlos De La Cruz.
That's a good at bat.
Some tough takes there, man.
Yeah, from that angle, Scotty, you're right. Watch this young man's BP today. He's got enormous power.
He's fun to watch. I mean, I'm not saying he's Aaron Judge, but it's an Aaron Judge type. He's taller than Aaron Judge. It's a huge frame.
So what are you saying then?
He's O'Neal Cruz
I'm just saying he's tall. He's 6'8", and he might be 6'9". He might be the tallest hitter in professional baseball. But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of raw power there. It's funny, when I first saw him on media day at the beginning of the season, I saw him stroll in. I just assumed somebody that big was a pitcher. And then he strolled in the cage and took BP, and I was like, wow, this is fun to watch.
He's 23 years old, out of Yonkers, New York.
He's really shallow.
And it's 1-1. So he was signed as an undrafted amateur free agent back in 2017 by the Phillies out of New York City. De La Cruz in the AFL this year, over 300, slugging percentage over 500. Now 2 strikes on him.
Even though this inning is dragged a little bit, just look at the crispness of play, though. You know, guys aren't wandering out of the box. Like, he just adjusts his glove, but he's got to get back in there with the pitch clock. The whole game just picks up tremendously.
It definitely does. And last night in the playing game, Christian Hackenberg struck out because he got out of the box and didn't get in quick enough, and they run him up for strike 3.
And there's a ring up for strike 3. De La Cruz back to the dugout. Big punch out for Middendorf.
Borderline strike. Good pitch.
Big strike zone at 6'9".
Kid made a nice play in the first inning on the block and throw.
Yeah, it's Blake Sable. Pulls back on the bunt.
Bases loaded.
Wow.
That was an interesting decision. We've got a lot of interesting bloodlines in this game. Blake Sable is the cousin of former NFL great Troy Polamalu.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, you are just a fountain of information.
Well, I'm a writer. We have to know these things.
I have one later. Stay tuned that I'm going to stump Jim on.
Uh-oh.
And it's bloodline related. A ball and a strike on Sable, and this would be quite the act Middendorf can pull off here. Bases loaded, 1 out, strikeout, and now Sable.
Not sure he's going to go 3 innings, though.
No, and he probably should have been out of the inning already if they made that play. But yeah, we're probably looking at 2 max now.
He's having trouble landing that slider for strikes, and they're not swinging at it. Like his fastball. It's amazing. We have the velocity in our game is the highest it's ever been, and yet the usage of the velocity, it's the lowest it's ever been. like no one has gotten to his fastball this entire inning.
It's got nice run and sink. Both of the strikeouts were on the sinker.
He's just throwing his fastball right by people.
And that's a lefty getting a pretty good look at him. I mean, and he's still got it by Sable.
2-2. Got him. Impressive bounce back in the inning from Middendorf. Bags full, 1 out. Strikeout, strikeout. Scoreless first.
nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. He's a natural. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop. And now during the Jeep Black Friday sales event, well-qualified lessees can lease the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4x4 for $431 a month.
Uncommon Goods is for the gift givers. No matter what kind of mind reading, trend leading, expectation exceeding, OMG, where did you get this giver you are? We've got you. Visit uncommongoods.com to be the gift giver you were meant to be.
I'll be back in a sec.
We can't wait forever.
All your nacho fries, please. Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices, made for nacho cheese sauce, only at Taco Bell.
Sunday, join a conversation with Commissioner Rob Manfred and Bob Costas as they discuss rule changes, pace of play, and other topics on the state of the game. Costas and the Commissioner. MLB Tonight, a conversation. Sunday, 7 Eastern.
I think it's important we lay this out early on, Dan. This is the encyclopedia for scouts, and when we throw grades out there and when Jim goes, I think he's a 50 power, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, Jimmy will throw many 7 or 8s out there. Most evaluators don't. You know, the interesting part about the scouting grades is how much the hard numbers have changed. I mean, an average fastball used to be, Jimmy, 90, 92. Now it's sitting 93, 94. So,
yep.
You know, average power used to be 12 to 15. Now it's probably 18 to 22. Mm-hmm. So it's just, you know, the grades haven't changed, but the raw numbers behind them to evaluate has.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, yeah, when you're talking 70s or 80s, you're talking Aaron Judge power, Jake DeGrom fastball, but you don't throw out too many of those.
You don't?
Yeah, I'm thinking of like World Series MVP Jeremy Pena, 60 shortstop, 50 power.
Jose Ramos with some power to right center. Off it goes and gone. The solo shot puts Glendale up 1-0 in the championship game.
That ball was a bomb. That ball's hit really far in this ballpark. I watched his BP today too, Jay. He's a really interesting kid because he does have power to right center.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You know, the top 100 prospect from the Dodgers on Glendale is Paez. He's a little more famous, but Ramos is very similar tool. Big time power. He has one of the best arms you're going to see in the fall league. I don't know if we'll get to see him make any throws tonight from center, but there's some very exciting physical tools with him.
You know, Scotty, you know, surprised he gets the base load 1 out, top of 1, don't score. Next guy, leadoff hitter, hits a bomb. That's kind of the way baseball works. Though.
Yes. And surprises had Glendale's number during the regular season, too. They won 5 out of 6 matchups. Glendale's on a heater, though. They've won 5 in a row to get themselves into this game.
That was one of those flat fastballs, Jimmy, that you were talking about to Ramos. You know, one that didn't get up and didn't get down.
Yeah, I mean, because Gordon does not throw hard. It's 90, yeah, 93.
Where he lives on his thing. Watch his deception out of the glove, guys. So he just, again, didn't get it up. It was belt high. But when you watch Gordon's delivery, this is a great swing. You can tell that's a loud noise coming off the bat right there. That was a backspin home run into right center. But Gordon really hides the ball well behind his back. He's got a little bit of a short armor. And then he throws across his body, so it's really deceptive. This ball was backspun. When you see a ball hit like that, that ball's still going. That's very impressive. From a scouting standpoint, that's when you go, wow. And you file that away.
Popped up by Alex Isola. Easily camps under it. Second out. Xavier Warren struck out after the Ramos blast. There are also a ton of souvenir seekers, but most of them are on the left side berm. And I think next time Ramos comes up, they might have to move themselves over to right center field.
Well, if he hits the ball to left, it's probably going to go over all of them. Like if he pulls one and gets all of it. But yeah, I will say, really nice crowd here tonight at Scottsdale Stadium. I'd say we're about 2/3, 3/4 full. It's not the warmest of evenings. On a Saturday night, there's a lot to do in Scottsdale on a Saturday night, and a lot of fans have come here to see the best teams in the AFL battle it out.
And this is one of the bigger ballparks too. It's the home of the San Francisco Giants. 12,000 they hold. Noelvi Marte, we'll talk more about later, bouncing out to finish up their half of the second. But big man Jose Ramos coming up with a blast. A little opposite field action. Who wants that baseball? Glendale up 1-0 in the title game.
I wish that Shaq was my real-life big brother.
Turns out some wishes do come true. They'll never know. And it turns out that General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go with the...
Hey, man, are you Alpocalypse 423?
Yeah.
What's the deal? You got me running all over the place, day and night.
Oh, I have Spectrum now. Fastest Wi-Fi speeds around.
Oh, that's cool. How about we just pump the brakes, though, now and again? This thing's like 2,000 pounds. You want to hold it?
Yes, I do.
Well, you can't, because it'll rip your arms right out of your body. And then how are you going to play your game?
I'm sorry, it's just really, really fast.
What if I just split your house in half with my Warhammer?
It still works out here, so it's pointless.
Spectrum One delivers the fastest Wi-Fi speeds in the nation. That's game-changing speed. That's Spectrum One.
For exceptional health care for women and their families, visit Susan Pinsky, MD and Associates, a Ms. Medicine practice. We provide 24/7 access to your doctor, exceptional care, and peace of mind knowing Dr. Pinsky has your best interest at heart. We're an evidence-based practice that focuses on your overall health and wellness. Schedule a complimentary meet and greet with Susan Pinsky, MD and Associates today.
MLB Bloodlines all over the diamond in the Arizona Fall League, and we're about to see the one that we just kicked things off with. Luis Angel Acuna is the number 7 hitter for Surprise, but look at all the names, and of course Jace has made some plays already easily, son of Damian, and Jerry DiPoto's son Jonah might make an appearance out of the bullpen later on. In case he doesn't, Jim, I'm going to throw the trivia out now. Do you know his middle name?
Is it Nolan?
Right idea. Seaver.
Okay. I remember, I don't know why I remember this, my early days of Baseball America when Jerry was at VCU. Were you with the Indians when they drafted him? He was at VCU. I remember we had this feature on hard-throwing Jerry DiPoto, and he carried a Nolan Ryan baseball card in his jockstrap. Terrible for your investment in baseball cards.
That's good, Jim.
But I remember that from the stories. That's why I went with Nolan. So.
Well, last inning, the last out of the inning, this young man's glove-to-hand transfer on that ground ball was exceptional. He's got a, Jim, very, very live, explosive body. Very interesting kid.
Yeah, I don't think the ceiling's as high as Ronald's was, but it's a high ceiling. It's a high ceiling, and he can run. He plays a really good shortstop. He's got power. He's a really exciting player. He's not famous in terms of being high up prospect lists, but he's really fun to watch.
We'll flip the scouting grades.
There you go.
The arm, the top tool, according to the MLB pipeline crew.
I mean, everything is average or better. And if he gets a little better as a hitter, you might see solid power there.
That's 3 consecutive strikeouts for Middendorf, 4 total on the night.
Yeah, that slider is giving a lot of right-hand hitters, and it should. It's a tough pitch to hit. You almost have to make your mind up that you're going to have to take the outer half of the plate and do something with it. Look where this pitch starts at him here. That's a really good pitch, perfectly located.
Big league quality, Jim, in your mind soon?
Yeah, I mean, he's a reliever. Relievers move fast. So
he's 24.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, you're not
Yeah, you can discount age with relievers in our game anymore,
Sure.
Scotty. They're popping up in so many different places.
And I also think when relievers perform, you just keep moving them along. You don't have any illusion you're trying to turn this guy into a starter.
You know, you think about, Jim, how many relievers are used at the big league level every year. If you're in AA and above, you're obviously at AAA, you're in play. But you're in AA, you're in play now.
This is Trevor Halver. 3 pitches and another punch out for Middendorf. 4 straight.
The second baseman from the Kansas City Royals, number 9, Sonata.
This is quite a performance. The fastball's tight tonight, too.
You know, it's funny, from that slot, too, Scotty, to get to the top of the zone like he's doing, that's not easy to do. Like, all these strikeouts are pretty much up in the top of the zone.
Pours in another strike to number 9 hitter Samad Taylor in the Kansas City Royals organization.
He's got to get right back on the mound. Pitch clock is already at 10. I love it. Let's go.
And he's been in rhythm. Now 2 strikes on Taylor. And this is, if he pulls off a strikeout here, he's close to it, an immaculate inning.
You're
not
right.
now. Not that you just said that. You guarantee it now.
Well, it wasn't on the first.
He threw a ball.
though.
Threw a ball. Yeah,
That's why I'm
gotcha.
saying it. I'm not totally throwing a jinx out there. It can't happen. I'm just saying. Almost. There's another.
First pitch that he's really overthrown. It's great tempo on the mound. Tempo creates good defense behind you, too.
Good take from Taylor. You're right, Dan. I hear it all the time from players where they'll mention a pitcher who had a nice rhythm going, and they say it makes me better on the field. And I don't know if pitchers that are slow take that into account.
Yeah, I think it helps your infielders get in rhythm with the game.
Taylor shoots one to right, and Pajes is all over it. 3 up, 3 down in the second, and 5 strikeouts through 2 innings. Heston Kjerstad is going to join us next on the broadcast.
Well, that's the thing about claims, you see. They don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, but it's now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking. Oh, I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. Well, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic, and only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, he'll be welcome too.
I had a bad relationship with my student loan. The interest was costing me, well, us, a fortune.
No matter how much we paid, it was always just there, you know?
So, I broke up with my bad student loan debt and refinanced with SoFi.
Turns out we could save thousands.
Break up with bad student loan debt and refi with SoFi. You could save thousands and pay no fees. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
As a freshly certified B Corp, Nespresso joins a global movement using business as a force for good. So we don't just cultivate beautiful coffees today, we're committed to creating a beautiful tomorrow. Nespresso, what else?
Well, we're climbing into the 3rd inning here in Scottsdale, but let's guide you through the timeline for Heston Kjerstad, 23-year-old in the Orioles system, 6'3", 205. First round pick, number 2 overall back in 2020. Played for Scottsdale in the Arizona Fall League. First game played in 2 years, myocarditis. We'll get into it a little bit as he's about to join us. And tonight, named MVP of the league, the Joe Black MVP, led the AFL in hits and extra base hits. Heston Kjerstad joining us right now for a 2nd consecutive week, too. We really appreciate it, and congrats on the award, Heston. How you doing this evening?
Doing good. How y'all doing?
Really good. Great to have you on. And then I know this is it. Heading back home for a little bit. You excited? I mean, you put in a lot of work this year.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, you know, you love playing the game and everything, but you know, there's always a little bit of off season, and you know, after you do something every day for so long, you need just a little bit of break. But you know, I'm sure a little bit of time goes by, I'll be itching to be back out here for sure.
Hey, Heston, I want to ask you a little bit about your layoff. I don't think our viewers really understand the seriousness of myocarditis. Did it shock you, and then how hard was it to work through that from a physical standpoint?
Oh, for sure. You know, I felt great and everything, and then they just told me I had inflammation in my heart. I had no clue what that was, or you know, anything that was going on. And then, you know, I had a decent layoff about a year, so you know, I wasn't really allowed to do much. So it was a little bit of a struggle trying to get back in shape and everything, but you know, I just embraced it and, you know, accepted the challenge and just took it head on. And, you know, thankfully, you know, that's in the rear view now.
Matt McClain down on strikes. Adam Hackenberg coming up next. What did you do during that time off? I know, you know, there's probably a lot of waiting around. How'd you kind of keep your mind off of things at times? Pick up a hobby or have anything that was your go-to? I don't know, a show, anything?
You know, I tried to pick up some hobbies and stuff, but I pretty much just kind of waited for better days, honestly. You know, I was just hoping to be healthy and back playing soon. And you know, I binge watch a lot of shows and everything.
Yeah, sounds like you binge watch Yellowstone a little bit, dude.
That's my go-to right there. I think that's about when I started it. So, you know, looking forward to the premiere tomorrow night. That's for sure.
I'm with you. Will Wagner making a nice play over there at third to get Hackenberg. Two gone. Austin Martin coming through.
Yeah, Heston, talk a little bit about how important this league has been to your development after losing, you know, a year and a half worth of at-bats, to be able to come out here against the best pitching you've faced. How much does it help you make up for lost time and get you prepared for 2023?
Oh, for sure. You know, just getting as many at-bats as I can, because that's the name of the game. That's how you get better, is actually being out here on the field playing every day. So being able to get the opportunity to play for like 6 more weeks out here, getting a lot more at Bs was huge for me, to be able to work on my approach, my plate discipline, and just, you know, keep working on my game.
That is downstairs to Martin 1-1, and talking to Heston Kjerstad, MVP of this Arizona Fall League this year. And you were part of history a couple different times. First off, Heston, you were part of the first home run derby. How was that experience for you about a week ago?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. That was my first home run derby to be a part of. So, you know, that's part of my game, is hitting the ball over the fence. So it was fun to kind of be able to go do that. And it was a good crowd, and it was a lot of fun with that group of guys that was out there.
And I'll also just throw in there, you had an inside the park home run earlier in this AFL season. Heston, really appreciate the time. Safe travels back home, and we're looking forward to seeing you in spring training, okay?
Thanks for having me. Y'all take care.
You too. Cheers. Mid-third, 1-0 Glendale off the Ramos home run in the second. Be right back.
It's trophy time on MLB Network. They made it to the bigs and shook up the show. But which rookies were this year's best? Don't miss the Rookie of the Year Awards, Monday at 6 Eastern, exclusively on MLB Network.
Arm & Hammer Plus OxyClean with odor blasters. Triple power action blasts away stains and obliterates odors for long-lasting freshness. More power to you.
Take me up into the stratosphere. Lift off tonight at 761. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds when the spaceship lit ignite. Hit me from the ground, I'm about to lift.
It's your boy, Biggie!
That is Reggie Bush, dressed up as a Wendy's biggie bag.
Fries! Nuggets! There it is! Drinks! No, not the drinks, man.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $5 biggie bag.
Thanks to Chase, Angie's not sweating this text since there's 0 overdraft fees if she overdraws by $50 or less. And Kyle? Well, he's keeping calm with another day to adjust his balance if he overdraws by more than $50. Overdraft assist from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
SeatGeek presents Boomstick Lady. SeatGeek helps her find the perfect seat so she can sit where her boomsticks make the biggest boom. Oh, okay. SeatGeek handles the tickets so fans can fan.
Every offseason, the cards get shuffled as teams prepare to ante up. MLB Tonight's all in. Get the definitive word on every rumor, deal, and signing. Watch MLB Tonight weeknights on MLB Network. That makes me want to go to Vegas. Scotty Braun, Jim Callis, Dan O'Dowd, and back to Ryan Middendorf on the mound in the home third for Surprise, trailing by a run. And back to the top of the order for Surprise, it's Chase Easley, who struck out first time through.
He's settled in now, Jimmy. He's pounding the strike zone.
Yeah, he got the bases loaded with one out in the first, and since then it's just been lights out, just strike after strike, sinkers, slider, elevated a four-seamer.
He's got all his pitches tonight. Picked a good night for it. On the corner, 2 strikes on Easley. 5 Ks tonight so far for Middendorf, the 24-year-old. Amazing. This past June, signed out of independent ball. He's pitching in the Frontier League and found by the Brew Crew.
Jimmy, this has been the issue with Chase, isn't it? It's just being able to make consistent contact.
Yeah, exactly. If he can get on base, he's got speed to make a difference on the base pass. But it's hitting the ball consistently enough and actually getting on base to take advantage. That has been the issue.
His on-base percentage in the fall league, I mean, we're dealing with 13 games here in the regular season, was .556.
That works.
Yeah. Can you play that out during the course of a minor league season? Not that, but can you get on base more consistently to be able to show off that speed? What do we think there?
It was maybe a little bit low, but it feels like he's been calling
Caught
some
a
of
lot
those
of
for
play
strikes.
right there.
And down on strikes. Make it 6
I
tonight
have seen
for
a lot of big
Middendorf.
swings. It's, you know, one issue in our game is see the big swings. That a lot of big swings with 2 strikes. Boy, look at the arm side movement on that slider there.
I mean, he's really providing variety. Of course, it's a unique look on the mound as well. He is in a groove now, going up against Nick Gonzalez, who had a knock against him in the first. 2 hits plus a walk, loaded up the bases in the first, did Surprise. But Middendorf was able to wiggle his way out of it unscathed. 2 strikeouts to end the first inning. Why do you think there's such big swings on 2 strikes then? Are approaches not changing at that point where they should be?
No, I think it's a real issue in our game, honestly. I think we've put so much emphasis on home runs. I don't think guys anymore look at striking out as a way, you know, that doesn't deter their career. I don't agree with that. I think you can hit home runs on 2 strikes if you shorten up on the ball. Like
Gonzalez going the other way. It is off and gone into the bullpen. What a blast to the opposite field from Nick Gonzalez. Plenty of launch to it, and he ties up the game at 1 in the 3rd.
Like on cue, guys, see how short he was to that ball? The adjustment that he made. See, there's tremendous power. I don't want to say tremendous power, but there's plus power in there. But there's a plus hitter in there to go with.
No, exactly right. And guys have been having trouble with Middendorf. He didn't try to do too much there. Went the other way. Both at bats went the other way. You're probably getting a tough look because the ball's coming out of your ear with the angle on Middendorf. And that's why, I mean, coming out of college, he led the NCAA Division I in hitting 1 year, home runs the next in the pandemic year before the Pirates took him at the top of the, I think, 7th overall pick.
Yeah, he is smoking baseballs, and that one had enough to go over the fence in right. And that's going to do it for Middendorf. Danny Bentley will take over.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
is a natural. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'll be back in a sec.
We can't wait forever.
All your nacho fries, please.
Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices. Made for nacho cheese sauce. Only at Taco Bell.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a bomb breeze.
And our strong knees.
It's Andy and Snoop.
And we're eating Guam cheese.
Guam cheese?
Yeah, I don't know. I ran out of rhymes.
This winter, make sure your tires are ready for adventure. Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Schedule your tire appointment at Midas.com.
We're even at 1 thanks to Nick Gonzalez with this smash to right center. And isn't it nice, Dan O'Dowd, when you talk about a player before the game starts, we highlight him and then he does this?
It does. Boy, just look at how short he was to that ball. And it shows you, again, you can make adjustments at the plate and balls will go out of the ballpark. He's got really strong hands to hit.
And the defense is improving as well. He's working with some veterans.
I'd love to see him be left at second base. I realize they've got some other kids that are coming there at that position, but that'll figure itself out.
So, new pitcher in the game, Denny Bentley, the left-hander in the Twins organization, 24 years old, and he's picked up some serious strikeout numbers, but it comes with some control issues, Jim.
Yeah, he has some walk issues. They've bit him down. He's more than a walk an inning down here in the fall league. Kind of like Colton Gordon. He doesn't throw hard in terms of velocity. It's low 90s, but guys, when he's on, don't see the fastball well, and he gets swings and misses with it. Curveball's probably his best secondary pitch.
Going up against Will Wagner, who had a base hit in the first.
It'll be interesting. I mean, both teams have, well, Surprise pretty much has their whole bullpen ready. Glendale has 6 or 7 guys who are they're ready to use tonight. I think we're going to see a lot of mixing and matching. This is going to get managed a lot differently than your typical Arizona Fall League game where everything's usually scripted. Tonight they're trying to win, so I think you're going to see a lot of trying to match up platoon matchups when you're bringing in relievers.
When rings are on the line, things change.
Tough they do for me.
Yep. Same here.
These guys have been grinding. They want to win this thing right now.
Counts full. 30 years of Arizona Fall League baseball.
Isn't that crazy?
Amazing. About 5.5 weeks of this regular season. And 1 more game.
And I say this all the time, baseball fans, if you haven't checked out the Arizona Fall League, you don't know what you're missing. This and the College World Series are probably my 2 favorite events. You get all the best parts of spring training without the crowds, without the parking hassles. It's easy to get tickets. You can interact with players. Where I'm from right now, I'm Chicago. It snowed today. It's nice to be in Arizona in November. You got to check out the Fall League.
Will Wagner rolls over 1, and that is out number 2 in the 3rd. I'm going to add 1 more league to your list if you want just that pure baseball experience, because I'm a Cape Cod guy.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you 100%. I had grandparents who had a house in Cape Cod in Centerville, so exactly. I don't get to get. It's tough now with the draft. It's hard for me to get to the Cape Cod League, but I'll put that on the list as well.
Good.
You and I can get a condo in the Cape. And
Dan, he's all about the condos. Jim Callis.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a condo guy.
We'll get a condo on the Cape, and we'll jet into Seattle for the draft, and then we'll go back to the Cape when that's over.
That's true. I'm with you for a lot of draft coverage. Scott Schreiber, cleanup hitter, first baseman in the Houston Astros system, walked in the first.
I kind of like him as a sleeper prospect. He's not well known. He's had a lot of back injuries to go back to Nebraska, had back surgery most of this year, but he's got some pull power. Decent athlete for a bigger guy. You know, the Astros, obviously, they just won a World Series, so the bar's a little higher to make their roster. I would not be surprised if he got some at-bats with Houston next year.
And he's 27.
He's older. He was signed later out in Nebraska, and then the pandemic and back surgery and all that. But Yuri Gurriel is a free agent. Who knows what's going to be going on at first base? That's his best position. And I'm not saying he'll be their starter on opening day or anything, but it really wouldn't shock me if he gets off to a good start next year if we see him in the big leagues at some point.
And he works the walk.
You can see Bentley's got some real timing issues in his delivery, which I think causes the inconsistency of his strike throwing capabilities. He's got some deception. There's a lot coming at you. I can see where he'd be an uncomfortable at bat. But he's going to have to clean up his timing issues, especially over the rubber when he gets the ball out of the glove. He's late a lot.
This is Carlos De La Cruz.
Yeah, this is Jim's Aaron Judge comparison.
Well, in terms of height. I'm not going 62 home runs
As
on
soon
him.
as you put the name Aaron Judge out there.
I was talking about the height. I clarified it. Come on. I didn't go 70 or 80 on the power. He is intriguing. But I do think he's got to be the tallest hitter in professional baseball.
I would think you're right, Jim.
He was swinging for Manhattan. And now a take for ball one. I'm going to drop the MLB Pipeline podcast mention right here. I was listening to you and the crew, and I know Jonathan Mayo is smiling somewhere, but listening to you guys talk about O'Neal Cruz when he was in this league, and Jim did trivia on what his slugging percentage was, and O'Neal Cruz really struggled when he was here. I think his strikeout rate was like close to 50%, and the slugging percentage, do you remember what the number was? It was in the 2s.
I was going to say it began with a 2, and it might have been the low 2s. Like, you wouldn't recognize it. And that's what makes evaluation based on AFL performance tough. I think he was just young and worn out. He's certainly a much better player, but it's like how excited do you get when he's hitting 170 and not driving the ball? I mean, that's his best attribute. I mean, he's a unicorn, and he can really throw and run too. He jammed him there, Dan.
What happened on the backswing? Did he hit the catcher? Well, that was weird.
Hackenberg just slipping and sliding, and now his throw is going to be very late, so Schreiber takes second base. Ball skipped away a bit and now puts man in scoring position for surprise.
I love dirt ball reads. See, look, he never stopped. You see that on the replay? He got a great secondary one, and he never stopped. He anticipated ball in the dirt. That's winning baseball. So again, when you watch players play, you look for little intangible things like that tells you about their baseball awareness and IQ. That's one of them right there.
Yeah, Schreiber taking second on the wild pitch. You know who I think about just for inspiration for someone like Schreiber? David Hensley ends up on the World Series roster, getting some starts for Houston, and just an incredible story if you look him up. I mean, he was working at a tile factory a couple years ago. That one in the air, skied, and De La Cruz was not happy about it. And that's going to retire the side. Well, bat slam in frustration, but his team has tied up the game. Nick Gonzalez, go long. Smile. 1-1 in the championship game, 1/3 of the way through.
Tell me the
Chimichanga.
Name the
A
device.
telephone.
Turns out moms are always right. And it turns out the General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go with the General.
Oh, check these out. The new 20s. You see what I can do in these.
Ooh, the breezy. The next gen shoe you be giving away look good. What you got for Father Time?
You know Father Time, I got you. I always got you. Check those out.
The Monarchs. Yeah, because they old and I'm old. Yeah, that's funny. Seriously, where's the new ones? You know I know where you keep them. Ronnie!
Whoa!
Funny Funhouse, Mickey speaking.
Hey, parents! Adventure's calling!
Great!
They never seen nothing like me.
Let's go!
Watch me do my thing, watch me do my thing.
You're gonna see to believe.
Wow. Giddy up, little horsey.
Watch me do my thing, watch me do my thing, watch me.
Let's go treasure hunting. And away we go!
Watch Mickey Mouse Funhouse on Disney Junior.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
The Eat Fresh Refresh just won't stop. Now Subway's refreshing their catering with easy order platters and lunch boxes perfect for any party. Pool parties, tailgates, holiday parties, even retirement parties.
Man, I love parties.
Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing.
Watch the blockbuster deals that will change everything for the new year. MLB Network's off-season coverage with an all-star lineup. The 2023 season starts this week on MLB Network. There's going to be some wheeling and dealing coming up very soon. Nick Gonzalez and surprise tying up the score at 1 in the championship game. A home run per side. Edouard Julien to lead off the 4th for Glendale. Jose Ramos will hit 3rd in this inning, and he had the homer for the Desert Dogs.
Colton Gordon's pitched very well tonight, guys.
And I think it's important, Jim, to remind everyone what type of league this is, too. I mean, we usually see quite a bit of offense pop here in Arizona.
Yeah, no, it's an offensive league. Teams generally send better hitting prospects and pitching prospects here because with your pitchers, most of them are, all of them really are on an innings limit for the year. You have a plan, and if the guy's healthy and reaches his innings that you had earmarked for him, then you're not going to send him to the fall league. So, yeah, I mean, have a 1-1 game through 3 is somewhat unusual.
And a strikeout for Gordon. Julien down looking.
That was filthy. That started at his front hip. Did you see that? He actually gave up on that pitch pretty early. That's really nasty on a left-hand hitter.
That's 4 Ks through 4, and 3 of them looking.
3 of the last 4 batters, too.
That's right. Andy Pages takes ball 1, just missed.
Just look at his delivery. Watch how he carries his arm so close to the backside of his body. You don't see it. You don't see the ball at all until it's out of the hand. It's all about ball flight. You know, pitch recognition allows you to be on time. More pitcher can tunnel his pitch based upon some of his delivery. It gives him an advantage no matter how hard you throw.
Pours in a strike.
He's in a rhythm now, Scotty. See it? He's getting the ball and going. He's getting the ball and he's pitching within 5 seconds.
And another one. 5 on the night for Gordon.
There's that 4-seamer up.
Yeah.
Threw it by him, and
Turn away from his barrel a little bit.
He's a guy who, we mentioned earlier, had Tommy John surgery right before the draft. They drafted him anyway.
Sure.
Here we're seeing his pitches there on the scale. The controls what really strikes out. So he didn't make his pro debut until July. He had a 78-to-8 strikeout to walk ratio once he got going in his pro debut. This is a guy who could move quickly. I mean, the Astros are loaded. I don't know that he's going to crack the rotation, but I could see him being a end of the rotation, spot starter, multi-inning reliever.
That's a great call, Jim.
Because it's a tough look for guys, and he can get righties out. He's not just a specialist. That fastball, just guys don't see it. Except for Ramos.
Exactly. I was going to say Ramos touched him up for a homer. That's the only hit he's given up. And that was back in the 2nd.
Scott, he just missed clicking that one, honestly.
Yeah. I like the body language, though, the facial expression right now from Gordon. Get it and go. 2-2.
I mean, if you look at the pitch clock at 15, he's getting rid of the ball when we're pushing 10. Yep, here we go, right there.
Another miss, so it's full.
And he's a 4-pitch guy. He can mix in, changeup, curveball, slider to go with that 4-seamer the guys don't seem to see. Just really good feel.
Ball 4. 2-out base runner for Glendale.
You can see here it's not a true plus pitch. I mean, the fastball plays pretty well. It's actually kind of fringy velocity.
Yeah, but you go down to his control at a 60. I mean, it does allow all the pitches to play up when he duplicates his delivery pretty good. He's got some deception I've talked about, and he throws strikes.
And that's just another example why velocity isn't everything with the fastball. If we're doing pure velocity, it's probably 40 fastball, but guys don't hit it. It plays above average.
You might have gotten word about our little group chat that was going on about who's going to start this game. Priester, Rocker, not forget that. Colton Gordon putting on a show tonight.
There was even Christian Hernandez rumors yesterday. Right. I think Priester, who's the highest-ranked pitching prospect in the league, I think he hit his fall league limit because he didn't pitch in the Fall Stars game, even though he's on the roster. He hasn't pitched all week, and then Kumar Rocker pitched on Monday, so I was pretty sure the Rangers aren't going to have him come back on short rest and pitch in the championship game.
No way.
But they have to be happy with who needs famous prospects if Colton Gordon's doing this.
And a well-rested bullpen. Xavier Warren struck out in the second inning against Gordon. And that is cranked to left center. It will bounce and get corralled by De La Cruz in center. Ramos goes first to third on the base hit for Xavier Warren, applying the pressure in the fourth with 2 outs.
Mistake pitch. Left up in the zone. Good swing. Has a hanging slider, kind of a cement mixer in the middle of the plate. It's very fortunate that didn't split the gap.
Yeah, as big as he
had
is,
good closing speed on that.
I was just going to say the same thing, Dan. When he hit it, I was like, is that going to get to the wall?
Yeah, exactly.
De La Cruz actually got there more easily than I thought. I mean, again, when he takes a stride, it's like he crosses half the outfield. But he did make a nice place. I mean, for a guy that big, he's really athletic.
Yeah, the issue's going to be with him, whether he can make enough contact to take advantage of his power.
And it's tough. I mean, when you have arms that long, your swing is naturally going to be long. So he's going to have to tighten it up like he can. But certainly very intriguing guy to watch.
I agree.
So this sets up a chance for Glendale to grab the lead back. Alex Isola flew out to right field in his first trip. Look at Jose Ramos go.
You know, 2 outs there. I'm not sure why he hesitated twice. The play is in front of him. And that's the one part about our game that continually needs to get better. That is baseball IQ and instincts right there. That play is in front of you. You don't look to anybody. There's 2 outs. You're just running until the third base coach holds you up. When I go in ballparks, I look for things like that all the time, guys, because it would tell me about a player's IQ. I find out his ability to make adjustments. Aptitude is so important. You can see aptitude on how they react to things on the field.
And yet, Dan, when there's a player with elite awareness in the major leagues, we point it out. It stands out
Unbelievable,
a ton.
Scotty. It's because you don't see it as often anymore as you once did.
I called quite a few Cleveland games this year. Jose Ramirez is just such a smart ball player. Alex Isola into center, and he got under that one. De La Cruz drifting back, and a few feet in front of the warning track hauls it in, and that'll sit down the side in the fourth. So runners on the corners stranded. 1-1 in Scottsdale on a crisp evening.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
That's half the fun of a new house, seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun, too.
Oh, it's a tiny dancer.
They left a ton of stuff up here.
Well, enjoy your house.
Nope. No, thank you.
Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
When you have a homeowner's claim, you contact your insurance company first, right? Wrong. Whether it's an everyday problem or massive loss, visit stormclaim.com immediately. Step 1, their public adjusters do a full inspection as well as a review of your policy. Step 2, their team will initiate a new claim or reopen an unsatisfied claim. Step 3, get paid the amount you deserve. Then connect with one of their experienced contractors. Don't face the storm alone. Visit stormclaim.com today.
Hey, Dad. Miss us?
Reflect on the past, celebrate the future. This season with Audi.
When the hands that do the fixing need fixing. When the hands that do the caring need caring. That's a job for O'Keeffe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream and guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keeffe's Lip Repair.
Back at the Arizona Fall League Championship game, and let's start with the checklist for evaluating athleticism, brought to you by Dan O'Dowd.
Yeah, I think every evaluator, when they come to the ballpark, evaluates athleticism differently. This is how I evaluate it. I want to focus on two areas: athletic instincts. We talked about it last inning, just the ability to see the game happening in front of you before it actually happens. And then body control and agility. Baseball is a game of movement patterns. And so you always have to put your body in position to be able to execute a skill. So when I watch players and I see them on the field, the easier they have of putting themselves in position to execute a play, that tells me that their skill development has a pretty high ceiling.
And that's ball one to Blake Sable. That's really good stuff, Dan. I'm not just saying it because we're friends. I mean, if there are young players that have that type of instruction going next level, I mean, it can really make a difference in terms of your development as a ball player, because there are many that don't learn about some of those attributes for a long time. That one is smoked and caught. Hot shot, Alex Isola all over it. He hasn't played much first base, but he looks good over there.
God, Jimmy, hit a ball that hard. You really want to hit. You know, every one of those checklists, though, can be, you can get better at, and I think that's the key. So, again, body movements. That showed quickness right there. That shows anticipation right there. Everything that happens on the field you can learn from and get an idea, a little bit more insight into that particular player. Like this young man here, Acuna, when I talk about twitchy, game of baseball it's all about triggers. Different things that trigger your ability to execute a skill. And he is very, very twitchy, so that means he's really on that checklist. He's very, very explosive. Now, can he take his explosive and put it into the context of consistently being able to execute a skill?
He's got someone to look up to, that's for sure.
Which might be hard.
Yeah, do you think that's an advantage,
I think
though?
That's I think it's nice to be able to talk to your brother.
Sure.
I think it's hard to be lumped into the same category as him.
And he flies out to Pages in right. 2 away. Certainly get hooked up with good gear, I would assume.
Yeah, I was going to say he actually
gets Ronald Acuna Jr.
I would say he's got some swag probably going on.
But and I was going to say he got a higher signing bonus. So Ronald Acuna
Crazy,
Jr.,
isn't it?
famously signed for $100,000, and Luis Angel signed for $425,000. He said they talked. I talked to him earlier in the season, and he said they talk on an almost daily basis. So he says his father's a former professional player. They both have provide him a lot of advice and constantly talking to them.
Left fielder Trevor Hauver struck out in the second. Counts even. This is Denny Bentley, who took over for Ryan Middendorf.
Using him against the lefty part of the lineup. 3 of the 5 guys he's faced have been left-handers.
Yeah, I like that, Jim. The managers were put to work a little bit more for this one. Instead of being told what to do, let me tell you for one day.
Yeah, because
I mean, construct this game.
Because the way it works down here is you have, I'm sure they have spreadsheets that say, okay, on Monday, the starters pitch a little bit longer toward their season. The starter's going to go 4 or 5, and then we're going to have these 4 relievers pitch. And then on Tuesday, this is the play. And you're right. It's not like you're sitting there looking at matchups. Okay, what are we going to do? It's just, okay, this is who's coming in and pitching this inning, regardless of situation. And today, you actually, Mickey Story and gets to make some moves that he wants to, rather than ones that are dictated. He's the surprise manager. Justin Jerschley, the Glendale manager.
And Trevor Hauver gets first base on a 2-out walk.
We're going to see a pitching change here now. I thought he started to get a little tired. His delivery was falling apart.
And it's crazy, especially with a game, and we'll give you a little more detail coming up with the pitch clock, but in a game that has so much rhythm to it. It did slow down a little bit, even with the pitch clock just now. You saw that, and I think they felt it too. And they're making a pitching change here in the 4th. Surprise with a runner on.
Right here, right now.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
But it's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try.
Really?
This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
It's a good game for fans to prepare themselves for the pitch timer, the pitch clock between pitches. 15 seconds when the bases are empty and with runners on. 20 seconds between each pitch. And that has just as much, Dan, to do with the hitter as it does the pitcher. You got to get in the box.
Yeah, I think so. I actually thought it was going to be harder for the hitter to be able to flush a bad swing or, you know, chasing a pitch out of the strike zone. But guys, it is amazing the tempo of the game and how much it improves it.
It is fun, and there's a strike pumped in there from Ryan.
But Scott, I agree. I think it's going to take a little bit of an adjustment from a hitter standpoint, you know, to get used to it. Now, the good thing is everybody that's coming to the big leagues is getting exposed to this at the minor league level. It's going to be no adjustment for them at all at the big league level.
Samad Taylor with 2 outs in the 4th. Rolls one left side, and they'll go to second and make the play. Xavier Warren getting the job done over at third. And a scoreless home 4th for Surprise. Another guest joining us coming up next on the broadcast as we hand out awards on the final day of the season.
It may be the off season, but there's no off switch for the Mad Dog.
The winner has arrived, but we come out today with a bang.
High Heat with Christopher Russo, always on full blast. Weekdays at 1 Eastern on MLB Network. And Doug.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Showtime. Woo! I'm on fire tonight. Yes! Limu, you're a natural. We're not counting that. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ever wonder why they call it the American dream and not the American goal? Or plan? Maybe it's because in dreams, you can do anything. In dreams, you can hold your entire world in the palm of your hand and turn time inside out again and again. And you can do it all with your eyes wide open.
Who needs caffeine?
Oh, you're the best. How should we pay you back?
Zelle, of course. I always ask for Zelle.
Great. I'll just...
With Zelle, the money goes straight into my bank account. And it works even if you bank somewhere different than I do.
I actually...
So in conclusion, you should always ask for Zelle. Oh, looks like we have some late arrivals. I'll take it from the top.
Zelle. Look for it in your banking app.
And we handed out awards before the game. The most impactful, the Darnell Stenson Sportsmanship Award. Darnell was tragically killed back in 2003, and this award honors him, and it's presented every year to the player who best exemplifies unselfishness, hard work, and leadership. And we remember Darnell today, and we say congratulations and hello to Lawrence Butler, who joins us right now, 22-year-old in the A's organization and part of the Mesa Solar Sox this season. Lawrence, congratulations first off on this award, and what have you learned about it, and what does it mean to you?
First of all, I want to say thank you guys for having me on here. Thanks for recognizing me for the award. And I really didn't know Darnell before a couple days ago, but I did a lot of research on him, and I heard a lot of good things from him. I heard he was a great dude, just a team guy. Everybody loved him. So to be recognized with him is it's amazing. I'm very honored.
How surprised were you, Lawrence, when you learned of that award? I mean, we knew Heston Kjerstad was probably going to win an award for his bat, and Connor Thomas pitched really well. But were you surprised? I mean, it's got to feel pretty good to get people giving you an award saying you're a great guy. You exemplify what we want people to be.
Yeah. So after the game, I was really kind of mad because we lost. I wanted to win it all. So I was about to go to the locker room, and then one of the guys stopped me and told me that I had won an award. So I was honored, and I'm just glad to be accepting some hardware. So I'm just happy to be here right now.
Hey Lawrence, it's Dan O'Dowd. You have such a unique set of skills. I'm just curious, do you pattern your game after any player?
Not really. I just try to go out there, be myself, be the best me I can be, have fun, just do what I like to do. So I do like to watch some of my friends. My friends are probably like my favorite players, like Mike Harris. He's one of my favorite players. I like Tim Anderson. Julio Rodriguez is a good one too. So I just like all the things they do when they bring what they bring to the game.
Those are some great names, Lawrence. Stick around, pitching change, and we'll keep chatting in just a moment here.
Okay.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself and you get 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Hey, check this out.
I want to try.
Oh, Jesus.
When it comes to the long haul, we're thinking of every mile. The all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 5. It's your journey.
As a freshly certified B Corp, Nespresso joins a global movement using business as a force for good. So we don't just cultivate beautiful coffees today, we're committed to creating a beautiful tomorrow. Nespresso, what else?
Don't just clean it, clean it. OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer kills 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. And that feels... OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer also kills the virus that causes COVID-19.
Looking back at some past Darnell Stenson award winners. Some great names, and also end-of-season award winners here in the Arizona Fall League this year, including Heston Kjerstad, who we spoke to a couple innings ago. We saw tall Zach Veen win Offensive Player of the Year. Connor Thomas is going to join us later. He wins Pitcher of the Year. And back to business with Lawrence Butler, the Darnell Stenson award winner, joining us again here as we continue after the pitching change. Christian Hernandez taking over for Surprise with one out in the 5th inning. Okay, Lawrence, you did some serious name dropping on some of the players you like to watch, and I think you said some guys you're friends with, like Mike Harris. Have you spoken to any of those players? You mentioned Tim Anderson, Julio Rodriguez. Have you had conversations with any of them or received advice?
Tim Anderson and Julio Rodriguez, I haven't met yet. I'm pretty sure I get to meet them soon. But I've been playing against Mike Harris since we were like 3 years old. So that's like my boy. So I just, I'm going to go see him tomorrow when I come home. So I love chopping it up with Mike.
Lawrence, Jim Callis here again. Did you?
And that is correct.
Matty McClain. Oh!
I like the call.
Matt.
There you go.
Okay, Matty. Hey, Matt's a great guy, by the way. I love Matt.
And he just vaulted the Desert Dogs in front.
Yeah, he smashed that one. Okay, Matt.
Solo shot, make it 2-1 Glendale. Hey, Lawrence Butler's got some announcing chops.
Yeah, we're going to let him take over.
Hey, I don't want to take anybody's job. I don't want to.
In like 15 years.
After you're done playing.
Yeah,
I'm not worried, Lawrence. I'm not worried. You know why? Because you're going to be in the big. So
that's true.
You've got a job to worry about anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe we can talk about the broadcasting after.
Exactly. That was great.
Well, Lawrence, I was starting to ask you. I know you're from Georgia. Jordan Walker, who had a great fall down here, is from Georgia. Did you guys know each other? Because when we were interviewing him during the Fall Stars game, he was very excited when you doubled. So you know him pretty well?
So funny thing is, like 2020 when we didn't have any baseball, it was a lot of baseball still going on in Georgia because it's a lot of players from there. So we would do just lives at a local park out there. And actually, I didn't know him, and Zach Veen was also there. I didn't know neither of them. So that was my first time seeing them out there. And then, all of us just ending up out here and everything coming full circle, just a great experience. Those guys are some great guys. I love both of those guys.
So, Lawrence, you talk about going back to Georgia. What's the plan now? What do you take out of your experience here? How much time do you take off? And then, how do you attack your game this winter as you prepare going into spring training next year?
Really, just going to the off season like you did nothing the year before. So you just continue to work hard, continue to grind. Just always try to get better every day. Take a little time off. We had a long season. This is probably the longest I've played baseball. I don't know about everybody else, but it was a long season. But, take some time off, get back to it. You just got to go into the off season like you just didn't do nothing. So just stay hungry and, just get after it.
And, man, you're going to have some fun conversations with Mike Harris. Were you following how ridiculous his run was getting up to the show, I think, before many thought he would get there, and then thriving. He barely skipped a beat once he made it up there. Hackenberg flying out to right, 2 gone in the 5th, and we'll also show this Matt McClain home run while we're talking through it. But how amazing was his run just now, which could end up with a Rookie of the Year award?
Yeah, he's an amazing guy. He works hard every day, so him doing what he does is nothing new. He's been doing this since we were young, so just seeing him do that up there was an amazing feeling to see somebody I grew up with make it to the big leagues and become a star in the big leagues. And to be honest, I don't see anybody that should win Rookie of the Year over him. So that was crazy to see.
Lawrence, did you ever hit off of him? Because I know for a while scouts liked him more as a pitcher, I think, than a hitter until he was a senior. How'd you do when he was on the mound pitching to you?
So actually, I never got to face Mike. Because when we both kind of got in high school, we kind of played on the same travel ball team, so I never really got to face him. But I know if I face him now, I'd probably smack him. His fastball is nothing no more. He just can only throw from the outfield.
I love that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, stick to the position player work. It's working for him, that's for sure. And this is Austin Martin flying out to right and ending the 5th. Really fun talking to you, Lawrence. Good luck the rest of the way here in the off-season training. And we'll talk to you again next season.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers, safe travels. And congrats again on the award. The Darnell Stenson Award winner, Lawrence Butler, with us as we keep rolling at the championship game. Glendale up a run.
Right now.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, Way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reggie.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast.
Seems like things are very complicated these days. Are you sure you're doing that right?
No.
That's why Spectrum Mobile makes mobile easy with unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99 a month per line. So no added taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Just $29.99. It's simple. Just a coffee.
Decaf, half calf, cloud roasted.
I'll just do a water then.
Artisanal water, spring water, babbling brook.
Want simple? Get unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
In 1917, Ford Motor Company came to Cocoa, when cars looked like this. Today, at Paradise Ford, you'll find something more to your liking. Hi, this is Laura Baxley with Joe Persichetti. At Paradise Ford, you'll find great cars and trucks, and a familiar staff dedicated to your satisfaction. The right car at the right price. That's Paradise.
We do what we say at Paradise Ford every day.
Paradise Ford, Highway 520 in Cocoa.
Sunday, join a conversation with Commissioner Rob Manfred and Bob Costas as they discuss rule changes, pace of play, and other topics on the state of the game. Costas and the Commissioner, MLB Tonight, a conversation Sunday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on MLB Network. We'll go back to the top of the order for Surprise, now trailing again by a run. 2 homers on the Glendale side in the championship game. Scott Braun, Dan O'Dowd, Jim Callis in beautiful Scottsdale, Arizona. Scottsdale Stadium, home of the San Francisco Giants spring training action, which will be here before you know it.
Top of the order.
That's right. Jace Easley back to business. 2 strikeouts so far tonight. And another inning of work here from Ryan Shreve, 6'6" on the mound, 24-year-old in the Twin system. A 1.84 ERA regular season here in the AFL.
Tall guy, 6'6", difficult angle on his pitches, kind of a sinker slider guy in the low 90s.
A little bit of change up there. Chase has had some big swings tonight.
He's already struck out twice.
Chase has had some big swings tonight.
Yeah. You want to see those swings shorten up a bit?
Well, the kind of player it looks like he has to be, Scott. Yeah. You know thyself is a really important tool as a player.
And down on strikes again. Tough night for the leadoff hitter for Surprise. It's a great pitch.
It was. He set it up well, too, because he threw a fastball by him. Really took a nice change of speed there.
Looks like he does choke up a bit with 2 strikes. What a night for Nick Gonzalez so far. 2 hits, including the homer in the 3rd. And takes strike 1. Borderline call. I know he's talking about it right now. You can't challenge that pitch.
If we were playing over in Saul River, he could tap his helmet and challenge that pitch.
The ABS system. You got 3 challenges. We saw that during this AFL season over there at Talking Stick. It's fun.
Jimmy, you got really good feedback on that out here, haven't you?
Yeah, everybody loved it. The players loved it. And the thing is, it's so unobtrusive. It doesn't slow the game down. Only guys who can challenge a pitch are the pitcher, the catcher, the hitter. You get 3 challenges in a game. If you're successful, you keep the challenge. So you can challenge a bunch, and it's just really, really quick. You tap your head, they put it up on the scoreboard in about 10 seconds. Fans got into it. Yes. Everybody likes it. And you even saw it strategically. Like, you didn't see a lot of challenges early in the game, but if you had challenges late and it's a close game, you would challenge borderline calls.
Can't take him home. Gonzalez past the pitcher. Backhanded stop by Isola, but no one's there to the bag. And Nick Gonzalez reaches again.
Isn't it amazing when you put the ball in play, good things can happen. He didn't hit that ball hard at all, but when you put the ball in play, you have an opportunity for a hit.
He has 3 of them tonight. 2 singles and a homer for Gonzalez. That one didn't have the same pop
Yeah,
in that
exit
third inning
velocity on that
smash.
one wasn't great.
No.
Launch angle might not have been as high as the home run.
Yeah, but the big difference between him and leadoff hitter Jay Cecily has had trouble making contact tonight.
Correct.
Make things happen in a winner-take-all game. His team trailing by a run, best record during the regular season. They also dominated Glendale. They won 5 of 6 against them. Surprise, at 19-10 this year, they earned a spot to this championship game. Glendale at 15-13 won yesterday in the play-in.
They really ran away with the league. They had the first place clinched berth in this game before the final week began.
That one skips away. An easy second base for Gonzalez. A wild pitch, and Will Wagner is the current man in the box.
To me, that's a very catchable ball behind the plate. His hips got locked up, didn't move to the ball at all. That's a play I'm sure he'll tell you he should have made.
It's Adam Hackenberg behind the plate. Wagner's 1 for 2 and takes ball 2. So Billy's son, a position player.
Thank gosh, man. Not having to follow his dad throwing 100 miles an hour.
A lot bigger than his dad, too. 6 foot, 210.
That's right. What a career for Billy Wagner, too. Let's look at the Arizona Fall League rules that we're working with. So we have the pitch timer. We went over that, 15 and then 20 when there's a runner on or more. The shift, 4 players on the infield, 2 on each side. We're going to see that next year in the big leagues, and bigger bases also next year. 18-inch base compared to 15 in the past. And there at the bottom, the automated ball strike system only used at Salt River Fields, and we won't see that in the major leagues, at least not as of now. Next year, 3-0 to Wagner and 8 on the pitch clock. Now 3-1. So
turn him loose, 3-0.
Why not?
I agree.
He led the league in slugging. I mean, he had a great season down here. He swung it well for 6 weeks. Slugged over 700 down here.
He's very hitterish in the box. He looks like he's really comfortable in the box.
It's almost like he grew up around the game.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Do you feel like we're hearing about that more often these days?
I feel like we are. You know what's amazing to me is that if you think about it, one, there's a lot of pressure on younger kids when their dad was a really good player. But number 2, just think about what their dinner time conversations were. It was always about the game of baseball. They weren't about world politics. More than likely, they were about the game of baseball.
Sounds like a more fun conversation to me.
Absolutely.
Wagner skies one. Shallow left. Austin Martin. 2 gone in the 5th. Hey, Billy Wagner, who I have been promoting for years to be in the Hall of Fame. It would be a travesty, Dan, if he does not make it. Completely undervalued. He was the kind of guy, I loved him when he was pitching. He was a swing and miss guy before that was important, he stood out.
He was a great teammate. He played on good teams, highly competitive, great human being. Like, he checks off every box that the Hall has for admittance.
Do you guys remember where he went to college?
Billy Wagner.
He broke out as a star in the Cape Cod League, but where he went to college?
Small.
Yes.
I'm not going to remember the name, but you know it.
Ferrum College in Virginia, and I think he still holds.
College.
I think he holds the all-level NCAA career strikeout per 9 record. I mean, can you imagine hitting against that guy in D3? Billy Wagner throwing 98 from the left side, and you're a D3 guy? Like, that'd be a nightmare. I mean, it was a nightmare in the big leagues, but I can't imagine what it was like trying to hit him in D3.
You wonder if you were to look up the player that actually put the ball in play against him.
Sign that kid.
Good plate discipline night for Scott Schreiber.
Hit 2 walks.
Some good takes tonight. And now stays alive. You know,
battle now.
Yes, on the bloodline conversation too. I think with an Astro in the organization and Schreiber at the plate, got to mention Jeremy Pena's dad played in the bigs. Yep. He just stormed through the postseason like he's been there before, and he had it.
Yeah, I think people forget his dad was really a good player. I mean, I think there is something to that. I think kids grow up in clubhouses. They're not overwhelmed at all with the big league environment. They almost envision themselves being there. So when they get there, it's like, oh yeah, well, I always thought I'd get here.
Another wild pitch and another base. Gonzalez to third.
It just seems like you said, Dan, they acclimate better to pro ball, they acclimate better to the big leagues. They're so much more comfortable. They've gotten reps, whether it's as a hitter or pitcher, growing up around the game. And it's a real attribute. I don't know how you would quantify it, but there's so many guys with bloodlines who go on and do well.
I agree, Jim.
And you brought up Jeremy Pena. He's another Arizona Fall League veteran.
That's right.
60% of the guys, over 60% of the guys in this league will play in the big leagues.
Jonathan Mayo was doing some research, said 24 players from last year's Fall Stars game played in the bigs this past season. Left side for the shortstop. Matt McClain's throw is off the mark. It sails away and it ties up the ball game. 2 wild pitches, moves Gonzalez to third after the infield single, and the error is going to make us even at 2 in the home fifth.
We get a replay on that. He got caught flat-footed on that ball. So one thing defensively, you've always got to keep your feet moving. High chop. Watch his feet here, okay? Watch his feet. See him stop him just for a second. I don't think he realized. I think when he peaked, the guy was getting down the line a little faster than he realized and just airmailed the ball.
In a secondary part of that play, Alex Isola could not pick up the carom off the wall quickly. Right. I think if he picks it up clean, he throws out the runner at second, and then the inning's over. So, I mean, that could wind up being another run if they can come through with a hit here.
Tie ball game in the fifth, and if you want to see some passion, I mean, I think that's part of the visit here right now is Ryan Shreve was upset. Heated. You're playing for something in this game.
They want that ring.
That's right, the ring.
Check.
A little cool-off period now for Shreve to get back on the mound.
Baseball is such a cruel sport, isn't it? So Matt hits the home run to give them the lead in the top of the inning, and then he makes an error on a 2-out ground ball. Pretty much a routine play in the bottom inning. That's the game, and that's why you develop this mental toughness about the game that you accumulate over time. Baseball is a game of accumulation. At-bats, pitch to pitch, success, failures, and it strengthens you to how to play this game and play it well on a more consistent basis. But you got to go through all this to get there.
Roller coaster game for him. If you remember, it didn't end up hurting them, but back in the first, kind of froze on a play on a ground ball that got through. Surprise loaded up the bases in that opening frame, but couldn't capitalize.
I think McClain's got a chance to play shortstop, but the Reds have so many young shortstops in the organization. I think Edwin Arroyo is probably the best defender of that group. They've also got, I was hoping we'd see Ellie De La Cruz in the Fall League, who's one of the most exciting athletes in the minor leagues. When you get to see him, I think McClain's got a chance to play shortstop, but probably winds up at second base in the long run.
I think he's going to be an exceptional second baseman. I do think he's going to hit. He's got great bat-to-ball skills, and I think he's going to hit for some power because he's so strong.
Two-time first-round pick, not many guys. I think there's only about 15 or 16
very
of those
often,
guys.
yeah. I think he made a good decision going to college, though. I think he came out a better player. John Savage program did a nice job with him in UCLA.
Strike 3, ring him up, sit him down. Ryan Shreve is able to take a deep breath and recover after the error. Ties the game at 2 through 5 in Scottsdale.
The off-season is no time to rest. And Matt and Harold know the drill.
Fire up the stove. Whoa!
Start the day swinging at all the moving parts of the off-season. From award season to winter meetings, to trade rumors and free agent chatter. These guys are always in mid-off-season form.
Coming in hot.
Until the sun rises on spring training.
Showtime.
Stay with a stove that's always hot. Hot Stove. Weekday mornings 9 Eastern on MLB Network.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go! No. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For the visionaries. For the trailblazers. For the last to leave. and the first to think ahead. There's Grainger, supplies and solutions for every industry, with access to trained experts and 24/7 support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
10 years ago, I had an undiagnosed heart condition, and erectile dysfunction was actually the first sign that something was wrong.
Luckily, I'm a doctor, an expert in sexual health, and Zach's dad.
Not everyone has a doctor in the house, and some health conditions can be really tough to talk about. We started Roman to change that.
Now you can go online and chat with a physician.
And if treatment is right for you, we'll ship genuine medication right to your door. If you're experiencing ED, hair loss, cold sores, or other issues, let's take care of it.
Grab your popcorn, folks. This is a fun Arizona Fall League Championship game, and the alums list is really absurd. Mike Trout, Mookie Betts, Austin Riley. I mean, we're just throwing together some superstars, but like Jim mentioned, I mean, well over half the league makes it to the big leagues, and these are some of the standouts. Pete Alonso.
More than 3,000 big leaguers, Scott.
That's incredible.
More than 3,000 big leaguers.
This is finishing school, Jim. That's what we've been calling it for years.
Can you name the 3 Hall of Famers who played in the Fall League?
I don't even. I know one, Mike Piazza.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to give you the other. Give me a sec, okay? Christian Chamberlain needs his due because he actually appeared in the Fall Stars game last week. Exactly.
And as I mentioned during the Fall Stars game when he came in, I saw him strike out 11 in relief at the College World Series, which is a relief record at the College World. He was part of the Oregon State team that won the national championship. He throws low 90s. It's a classic
ball jumps out of his hand, though.
Low 90s up, and he has a really good depth on the curveball that he drops at the bottom of the zone.
Undersized lefty.
Another
5'10",
guy would be
173.
Yeah, Dan, we talk about these relievers moving quick. If we saw him in Kansas City next year, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Edouard Julien, huge season at the Fall League.
So, Jimmy, so many of these guys are clubs have to make a decision by next Tuesday whether they add them to their roster or not. I think that's a really important part of the evaluation process for clubs. I mean, we agonized. Do we send a kid out here that we know needs, you know, probably the at-bats or innings, but we're also going to expose them then to 29 other clubs when they probably haven't come off a great year or there's some health issues. And a lot of decisions are being made from an evaluatory standpoint, aren't they, Jim, based upon this fall performance?
Oh, definitely, definitely. And what you just said reminded me, if Mike Rizzo, the GM of the Nationals, is listening, Mike Rizzo was incensed. Oh, wow.
That was a catchable baseball.
Never saw it.
No, Hauver couldn't get his eyes on it.
But I was starting to say about Mike Rizzo, when he was with the Diamondbacks, he had drafted Dan Uggla, and he was incensed. They had a new regime, sent Dan Uggla here to the Fall League, and the Marlins took him in the Rule 5 draft and made him their opening day second baseman. And like, I bet if Mike Rizzo is watching this game, he's probably nodding his head or shaking his fist, remembering that.
Worked out for Dan.
He did.
So a lot of the relievers in particular are Rule 5 eligible, and clubs are really building their bullpens, guys. They have no issue of popping a guy in a Rule 5 draft and sticking him into their big league bullpen.
He needs to stay up with the big league club the whole year, though.
It does, but you know, you're seeing such arm strength out of these guys that, you know, the game has changed so much that way.
And also, I think with a reliever, it's easier to get those guys regular work. It's not like you're taking a toolsy position player who's maybe an A-ball and not ready, and you can't give him any at-bats, you harm his development. I can get a reliever 50 or 60 innings. That's easy, and it's not harming his career at all.
That was a good pitch, very well executed right there.
If they challenged, I think they would have won it. Instead, it is ball 4.
Now, this has been the bugaboo, hasn't it, Jim, is strike throwing ability.
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of these relievers here, a lot of talented relievers, it's more about consistency. And that's... Yeah. He thought he struck out there. Or he was just getting a jump on, giving all his elbow guard and all stuff out. Yeah. So that's the guy with the best batting eye in the league. He's like, of course that's ball 4. Yeah, swing. It's not a strike.
And that is a wild pitch. Now Julien to second.
Yeah, we got a situation here. We got runner on second base, tie game, top of 6. Runs have been precious in this game. So he's got an opportunity to advance this runner or score the run.
And it's Andy Pajes, who is one of the better hitters in this league. Last night had a 2-run double. That was big insurance for Glendale in their 6-3 win. He drove in the 5th and 6th runs of the game.
And he's trying to crowd a fastball in. He went breaking ball down that was the wild pitch, and then that was fastball glove side. So he's a kid who likes to extend his arms, Jim, when he hits. You can see that.
Yeah, it's big power. It's a power over hit guy. He will chase.
But another pitch skips away. I mean, now he's got a sac fly opportunity at least.
Yeah, he just did took the job out of his hands. He scudded 2 of those breaking balls. That one was way in front of the plate. That's the other thing when you look at relievers, guys. So we saw him the other day, and he was nasty, but it's the consistency of being able to do it which makes big league players. It's not just being able to do it once every few outings, it's the ability to do it, most of the time.
Infield is drawn in, and Pages, a little underwater swing. It's 2-2.
He wasn't looking at a location there. If he's looking at a location there, he wouldn't have swung at that. You got to sit location when you're up in the count with a runner on third base. Got to be looking for a ball out over the plate and be able to use the big part of the field.
He's got some of the best raw power in the league. Also, just a cannon in right field.
And he runs pretty well too, doesn't he?
And he can drive the baseball deep center. And De La Cruz is going to watch it off the top of the wall and carry him back towards him. Pages with a go-ahead double. It's 3-2 Glendale. Is it a homer?
It hit at the very top of the wall. My eyes are not good enough for me to tell you if it hit.
No, I don't think it went out.
On the top, I think it hit right at the top.
He definitely Cadillac this thing, though. He thought he hit it out.
His teammates were like, "Go to replay." No, we don't have that for this game.
No, that ball
we
was
can show
on
you
top
the
of the
replay.
wall.
Let's see. Nope. Well, maybe they were thinking, did it hit the top and then come back?
That was a loud sound.
Big bat flip for the double.
If you're going to bat flip, you got to make sure you hit it out of the ballpark. You don't bat flip on doubles.
So if you're scouting him, you dock a point there?
I do. Absolutely. One, I'm a big believer you got to act when you hit a home run like you've done it before, because that means you expected to do it again. But number 2 is that the one thing that you can do for your team on a regular basis that takes no talent at all is to run hard.
And you got to go way back there in center. It's 430 feet.
Good block, not great form. I think that's the issue, Jim, if I'm right with him, is whether defensively he's capable of staying behind the plate. For me, he's been really battling and boxing some balls right there. But that, that's the one knee issue. He did not have the mobility to soften that block at all.
No, you're right. I mean, he's not a polished catcher. Went upstairs, got the ball by him there.
Yep.
Yeah, Ramos strikes out, first out in the 6th. Well, there, I mean, of course, on a roster here too. He was not playing in this game, but Henry Davis is supposed to be the catcher of the future for Pittsburgh, former first-round pick, former first overall pick.
We'll see. I think Henry Davis is definitely a big leaguer. He's not a very good receiver at this point of his career. And they also have a kid named Enny Rodriguez who's interesting too. I could see Henry, if you made me say right now, what's he going to be? I think Henry Davis can be a right fielder in the big leagues.
And Jim and I always disagree on this. I agree that
I'm not saying give up on him.
The bat is ahead of the glove, but we don't develop enough catchers in the big leagues because we are so hard on our evaluations of what is a good catcher and not a good catcher. And then the negativity that surrounds that, in my mind, usually prevents a young man from turning into that, where if you're just patient, I believe anybody can get better defensively. Maybe he's not elite, but I believe anybody can get better defensively through hard work.
Xavier Warren pushes that one through the right side, and that he's going to score Pages and make it 4-2 Desert Dogs.
That's a great piece of hitting there, guys. We got to see that again. Fastball away, he rifled it. In the right field.
They're fired up in the Glendale dugout. They haven't lost in about a week.
Look at that. Ball was up, stayed right on it. Really good piece of hitting. Look how short he was to the ball there.
Chamberlain, you go back. You didn't get that strike 3 call on Julian. And this side of the inning looks now 2 runs in, just 1 out recorded in the 6th. New pitcher coming in for surprise to try and save the inning. Glendale scoring 2 in the 6th.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Is it natural? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'll be back in a sec. We can't wait forever. All your nacho fries, please.
Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices, made for nacho cheese sauce, only at Taco Bell.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a bomb breeze.
And our strong knees.
It's Andy and Snoop.
And we're eating Guam cheese.
Guam cheese?
Yeah, I don't know. I ran out of rhymes.
This winter, make sure your tires are ready for adventure. Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Schedule your tire appointment at Midas.com.
Get ready for what happens next. Visit MLB.com/tickets to explore 2023 ticket options today. Well, next up, out of the bullpen for surprise, Matt Rupenthal, 27-year-old in the Astros organization, and just 1 run allowed on 2 hits and 10 1/3 innings, 15 strikeouts. His regular season numbers, and coming up in a big spot here, Dan. They need to pick up outs and keep this game close.
Yeah, he has a really interesting story. He talked to Jim and I last week at the All-Star game, and he has really changed his arm actions. You talk about development. The Astros took this young man out of Vandy, more of a higher slot guy. They saw some variance in him that he thought he could improve on. He embraced. He lowered his slot. He's now throwing that's more of a sweeping type slider and a 2-seamer to get ground balls. He was totally a 4-seam pitcher in college. So he's a good example, in other words, what I'm trying to say, just of what an organization can do when it recognizes things from a development standpoint, and the players got the aptitude to make the kind of adjustments he's made.
And we're seeing some of those switches more frequently lately, where we had a good run of, hey, more 4-seamers up in the zone, like the Garrett Cole story. But then there's guys like Rupenthal and quite a few examples in the big leagues right now. Going back to the sinker, is the sinker sexy again, Jim?
I think it's getting more sexy. I mean, hitters adjust. You know, it used to be 10 years ago, you wanted to keep the ball down in the strike zone, and guys start teeing off of that. So now it's the high 4-seamer, and guys can't catch up to it. But you know, hitters, you give them time to work on things, they'll make some adjustments. So now you're mixing it up a little bit more.
Got him. Called strike 3.
And he's an example again. He's a Rule 5 eligible player. The Astros have a loaded bullpen. I'm sure they've got some tough roster decisions. So as you're scouting, you evaluate this. Could you see this kid sitting in the middle of your bullpen next year? You might be able to do that because he can come in and get a ground ball, and then he can get a strikeout on that sweepy slider. The Astros have done a really good job with this young man from a development standpoint.
Well,
There's
Marte,
the sinker.
first pitch swinging. How about that performance out of the bullpen? 2 runs in, working with a man on. And Matt Rupenthal, strikeout, ground ball on the first pitch. And keep this a 4-2 contest for his offense coming up.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Have you thought about your wish?
I wish that Shaq was my real-life big brother. Aww.
What's up, little bro?
They'll never know. About my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person who loved me till the end.
Turns out some wishes do come true. And it turns out that General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years.
Shaq broke your vase.
For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, make the right call and go with the...
Happiness doesn't just happen on its own. You have to make room for it. And now is the perfect time because at Haverty's, you can save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Because once you've saved on high-quality, expertly crafted furniture, happiness could strike at any moment. Haverty's, we furnish happiness.
There is nothing like college football.
This is what college football's all about.
Nissan, proud supporter of college athletics.
Meet the Destination Sofa, handcrafted by Haverty's, sporting a classic silhouette with extra deep seating, comfort flex springs, and a durable frame. The name is misleading because you won't want to go anywhere.
You know, guys, we talk about makeup all the time within our game, but as you guys know, it's a loosely defined term. For me, this is my definition of makeup, and I think you can tell these characteristics in a player as you watch him play the game, and also think you get a chance to sit down and talk to him. The top for me is love of the game. You know, baseball, as we know, is a really, really hard game to play, and but the great players that I've been around, they love the game even when the game doesn't love them back. And so you got to be in love with the game of baseball and embrace all the ups and downs to be able to actually fulfill any potential you may have in the game. So I'm a big believer in defining makeup. I was a big believer in having our scouts do that, because I think the intangible parts that are inside a player will ultimately determine whether the player actually reaches his full potential.
Sammy Peralta versus Blake Sable to start the 6th. You know, this league, I think, Jim, is a perfect example of topic number 1 there on the board, love of the game, because you're grinding through a long minor league season trying to prove yourself, and then you get to the fall league and you got to do it basically all over again. Numbers reset, the competition for some amps up, and what do you look like for 6 more weeks?
No, exactly. I mean, most of these guys are not used to playing baseball in November, which you get to big league level, you want to be playing baseball in November. And I mean, look, I'm working on the top prospect list, base hit to right there by Sable. But, you know, talking to scouts, they've noted there are certain guys in this league who haven't looked like they've gone after it real hard. They look like they're more tired. They aren't loving the game.
So, you know, one of the things for me, guys, I would always get out to the ballpark really early. I'd watch how guys stretched. I watched how they played catch. I watched their interaction with players. I watched how they approached their BP rounds, how they threw their bullpens. I think you can tell so much about a player that happens before they even step in between the white lines for a game.
And you even see it in the World Series, Dan. I mean, I'm on the field hours before the game, and I mean, there are many, but some players that stood out. Brandon Marsh, Chas McCormick. I mean, they're taking it all in. They're full of energy.
And they're working on their craft.
They're working, and they are excited to be there. Every second of it is not wasted.
So the best infielders you see in the game, it starts in all the pregame work that they do, the repetition of fielding the ground ball the right way, shuffling their feet the right way, making throws the right way. Great players have a methodical, professional approach to actually everything they do to be the very best they can be.
That's Acuna with a shot to right, and at the warning track, it lands in the glove of Andy Pages. 1 gone in the 6th. A little hangout session with Luis Angel and Ronald, of course, well documented on social media. And
I thought that was you and Dan at the pool at the Marriott.
Well, it basically is what we would be wearing at the Marriott.
I don't think Scotty could pull off that look, guys. I don't think I could pull off.
I think your family would love if you have a little neon in your wardrobe.
Yeah, they get a pretty big kick out of it.
I mean, there's no shortage of style in the Acuna family. That is for sure. They know how to bring it with the accessories. Luis Angel makes the first out in the 6th. It's his teammate Trevor Hauver now taking a strike.
I like the sink on that pitch. I mean, Peralta's an 18th rounder.
Yeah, see from the slot too. It's a nasty slot.
Ball just dropped out the bottom. I don't think it's real easy to pick up for somebody like Hauver who's hitting left-handed where the ball comes out.
It's going to be his ability to throw strikes out of this slot with the delivery that he has. I'm a big believer, guys, when I look at deliveries, I look at balance, rhythm, and timing. Guys that have an internal clock to really understand their balance and rhythm over the rubber, for me, have always been the more consummate strike throwers in our game.
Runners going, and the throw is just late.
Good throw. He stole that base off the pitcher. He had a great jump.
Catcher v. catcher there, too. Blake Sable with the bag. Hackenberg's throw is accurate.
Yeah, he is a good athlete.
Sable can play some other positions, can't he?
He has. He's gone back and forth between catching. We've seen him try to bunt a couple times tonight, too, which you don't typically see out of catcher. Yeah, great jump there, Dan. You're right on that.
You're right. Multiple bunt attempts from Sable.
See, McLean took his foot, tried to take the front part of the bag away. You can get spiked pretty bad there, but it makes it an uncomfortable slide for the guy trying to go in.
And again, I mean, that kind of speaks to your makeup a little bit, too. Matt McLean's trying to win. I mean,
those are the little things that I look for in a game, like something like that. It shows me that, one, he's got baseball instincts. Two, he's trying to win a game. So if he can take 50% of the bag away from a guy sliding in, maybe he can. The guy goes into the front part of the bag, and with his throw and his touch, he's got an out.
Hauver has another walk.
Chance for a big inning here.
That's right, Samad Taylor.
Not a shutdown inning. They need a shutdown inning. See if they can get it.
2 for Glendale in the top half of the 6th. Surprise looking for that answer. Their number 9 hitter in the Royals organization.
Got somebody up in the pen. Not wasting any time here.
The tricky thing for Surprise is Taylor and then Easley, who's on deck, are both guys who can run, and they get overly aggressive at the plate. Peralta throws balls that far out of strike zone. It's not really an issue. But like,
well, you know, right, this situation here now. I mean, I've got the take sign on if I don't trust his plate discipline, because he didn't throw any strikes to the hitter preceding him, and now he's just airmailed 2 here.
Big cut and a miss from Taylor.
And that's a game. And that's where the game has changed, man, completely. And that can't be this kid's kind of game.
I was just going to say exactly that. It's not his game. He's a speed guy. Instead, he's swinging on a 2-0 pitch on a ball that's down, trying to hit a 3-run homer. He really helped Peralta out there.
He did.
Taylor left side. This could be 2. 1. And nice, too quick. So now they're on the corners with 2 gone. They get the fielder's choice out at second.
And that's the concern about the second baseman, because that transfer, glove-to-hand transfer, was very. I mean, that kid can really run. I'm not sure they would have turned, but watch how slow his transfer is right here. See, that's slow.
Yeah.
And at the big league level, you got to be able to turn double plays. The second baseman, maybe not that one. That ball was hit so hard it kind of handcuffed McLean a little bit. But your transfers have to be way cleaner than that.
I think that's the toughest thing for fans when they're trying to figure out how good prospects are, is you see what position guys play, but you don't really know how good defensively they are. Xavier Warren, who we've seen had a couple nice hits tonight, it's the same thing. I'm not sure he's a third baseman.
Correct.
He can hit, and Julian can hit. He's got a good approach, but where are you going to play him on the diamond?
And the runner's going to swipe second base. That's Taylor, putting 2 in scoring position. Really interesting.
Another big swing from that, easily switch hitter. Another big swing now from the right side of the plate. He's got to shorten up here and just look to put the ball in play. He really should be passing the baton and see if he can get Gonzalez up in this situation.
Yeah, with first base open, Dan, I mean, a walk works with the way
Anything
Gonzalez is swinging the bat.
But again, right now he's not showing the aptitude to make a whole lot of adjustments offensively.
And with Taylor's speed, any kind of hit probably scores him from second.
You know, aptitude for me is such a difference maker. I think if you talk to big league coaches.
And easily with a shallow pop fly that drops and scores 2. A little Bermuda Triangle action in shallow center, and we are tied. Make contact, and mistakes are made. Easily ends up at second. Sable scores. So does Taylor, like Jim mentioned, blazing from second.
Well, put a ball in play. Good things can happen.
And that's what Gonzalez did his last time up. It was his, least contact of the night, and he beat out an infield hit that led to a run. And
that's a big swing, though.
Yeah.
Does the center fielder, Ramos has to call for that, right?
He does, for me. He's got to come get that ball.
It was hanging up for a while.
That ball should not fall. And he wasn't playing deep.
I will say this, Dan, the worst thing that could occur in a game like this is an injury, right? A collision, but it's a big play right there, communication-wise.
I think if your center fielder, Scott, I think if your center fielder is screaming ball, 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 there's no reason to have that ball was up in the air too long.
Peralta's out. Declan Cronin will come into the game tied again. Surprise has come back a few times now. 4-4.
Right now.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
All you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try.
Really?
This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Let's take a look at this play again. So for me, as soon as the ball's hit the center field, well, first of all, he took a step back, but he's got to come charging, taking charge of that play completely. That is the center fielder's ball. That's a difficult play for both your infielders, and he just didn't take charge. That ball has to be taken charge of the minute it went up in the air.
Again, the highs and the lows in this contest. Ramos got the scoring started with a home run, and Declan Cronin now into the game for Glendale as they give up the lead again. And this is Nick Gonzalez fouling a pitch back.
Nick likes to hit. He's been up there swinging at the first pitch every time.
So we're going to see another opposite field single here, our opposite field RBI single.
He's kind of set up to go that way.
And again, like Taylor, when we said about Taylor on second, if he hits the ball to the outfield, easily he's probably going to score.
Easily can fly.
That hit him. Right hand.
Yeah. Thought he almost swung at that ball, didn't he?
Yeah, it looked like one of those where he was trying to kind of get out of the way and it started to pull the bat through the zone.
That's the backhand. There it is.
He swung, though. I thought he swung at the ball. You tell me he didn't swing.
Yeah.
Did it hit him before the follow-through?
It doesn't matter if you swing. They appealed to first. First base umpire Brian Walsh said
that's
no
a
swing.
tough play for umpires.
Yeah.
I think they miss a lot of them.
So this is who Surprise wants up here. Will Wagner led the league in slugging, 2 runners on base.
He's 1 for 3 tonight. And takes strike 1.
Start him out with a breaking ball. He's got a very balanced approach at the plate.
Just a very sound player. There's not a standout tool, but we've talked about the bloodlines and grow up around the game. He high baseball IQ.
Got a feel for the strike zone.
Puts the ball in play, hard contact.
Going to have to try to get into his power a little bit more. They're going to have to find where he profiles defensively. But you said he's got a slugging, leads the league in slugging percentage.
Yeah. And there's a lot of sluggers. You would not have picked him necessarily before the season that he was going to outslug Jordan Walker and Zach Veen and Andy Pages and a lot of these guys. And he's been consistent from day one. I mean, he seems like every time I watched him play out here, I was here the first week and the last week of the season, it felt like 2-3 hits, 3-4 total bases every time I saw him.
Counts even. Declan Cronin, by the way, was taken in the 36th round back in 2019.
We're not going to see that anymore.
Not even close. The White Sox took him out of Holy Cross.
You guys like that will have to go to independent ball and prove themselves and get a chance.
Wagner chop shot. A charging McLean is going to make the play. And that's going to do it for the 6th. But again, surprise. Playing catch up. 2 runs in the inning. We are tied in the championship game. And one more guest joining us, Connor Thompson, pitcher of the year in the league.
If you're loud, be louder. If you stand out, stand strong. And if you got the devil on your shoulder, take him for a ride.
Okay, we'd open with creaky footsteps. Scary music goes all intense. The couple jumps up like, what is that? They scream, ah! And you go, it's the money you could save by bundling your home and car insurance. Money shoots out from drawers, vents from under the bed. The couple screaming, ah!
Right, wouldn't they be happy about the savings?
They're scared of how happy savings make them feel.
Oh, of course.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. And wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic, and only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
When I think about it.
What's the effect on the free agent market? A lot to think about today. We're asking you, the thinking fan.
When I think about
MLB Now, the baseball show for the thinking fan. Weekdays at 4 Eastern on MLB Network.
Hey, Jim mentioned it's more of a hitter's league, but we have seen some absolute studs on the mound in the AFL. Scherzer to Halladay to Jake Arrieta, Cy Young Award winner in 2015. Also Dallas Keuchel. I mean, we had both Cy Young Award winners from 2015. Robbie Ray more recently, last year's winner. Those are some good names to look up to if you're Connor Thomas, who joins us right now, the winner of the Pitcher of the Year in the Arizona Fall League. Connor, congratulations. And what do you think of some of those names? It's good to be part of a list like that. Why not, right?
Oh, man, absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. It's a list I'm definitely proud to be a part of. Hopefully one day be a part of.
Absolutely a stellar season for you, too. Sub-2 ERA, 34 strikeouts to 5 walks, just blazing through the league. You had a 10 strikeout game, which we'll get into if we have time, but you didn't have huge strikeout numbers in the minor leagues. And here you go against some top-level competition. I heard you've been working on some things, including a cutter. How's it going?
Yeah, I just got back to the basics, man. Honestly, I kind of started missing early with my fastball early in the counts, and I would fall behind hitters. And so it's been just kind of refreshing to get back here, get back to the basics, and get back to throwing strike one and working ahead of hitters and attacking. And yeah, man, that development of the cutter, it's been a huge blessing. The cutter's kind of allowed me to generate some more swings and misses, and has allowed my sinker to play up, and as well as my slider. Kind of gives me an in-between pitch between the two. And right now I'm seeing a lot of success with it, hoping to move that into 2023.
Hey, Connor, it's Dan O'Dowd. Going back to the sinker, Have you always been a sinker ball guy, or is that something you further developed here in professional baseball?
Yeah, so I was just a four-seam fastball guy out of college. Just had a lot of arm side run on it, and it wasn't until my first professional season when I got drafted in 2019 that I started throwing a two-seam at the time. And that off-season, I realized how powerful it could be if I started throwing it more, and I started throwing it more, and it developed more into a sinker, started sinking really well. And yeah, so I really didn't do a sinker until pro ball, and I just kind of developed it, and I feel really comfortable with it now. It's by far my most comfortable pitch, and I throw it the most.
Do you think, is the slider still your best swing and miss pitch, Connor? This is Jim Callister. I remember talking to scouts when you were at Georgia Tech, and they thought the slider was the best pitch at the time, but watching you pitch out here, I saw you throw 4 pitches for strikes, and you seem to mix and match them pretty well.
Yeah, I would say the slider is still my best swing and miss pitch. Now that this cutter's kind of come along, I'm excited to play with that this offseason, kind of see where we're at. It's generated a ton of swings and misses here as well. And so I would not mind coming into 2023 with having 2 excellent swing and miss pitches. I'll tell you that much right now. So I'm excited to kind of see where that pitch is at. But right now, my slider is still my best pitch, I'd say. My best swing and miss pitch.
We're talking to Connor Thomas while Francisco Morales is working in the 7th inning, taking over out of the bullpen for surprise. He strikes out McLean, and now a 2-0 count on Hackenberg and brings it to 2-1. Connor, so I'm doing a little math between your minor league season and here. Over 160 innings. How's the arm feeling? A little extended run for you this year.
Yeah, it's by far the most I've pitched in a season. And honestly, guys, I could probably go another 40, 50, 60 if they asked me to. I felt like I was hitting my stride here this last 7 weeks, but I feel good. I'm feeling great, and I could definitely add more if I was asked to. So feeling good.
Should I call some winter ball teams?
Yeah,
in,
so yeah, we
Dominican
get somewhere, the Dominican.
You know, as much as I love playing baseball, I'm excited to get back home to the wife and 2 girls. They're probably watching right now. And I'm excited to get back to them and spend some family time.
Awesome.
So, but thanks anyway, guys.
You've probably been away from them a long time, Connor.
Yeah.
So how much time will you take off, and what will your throwing program look like this winter?
Yeah, so it's an interesting situation I found myself in, right? I'm throwing in November, first time in my career. I've thrown in November, well, since February till November. And so I'd probably take off a good month and a half of throwing, just let my arm rest, man. At this point, it just needs to rest. As far as working out and other stuff goes, I'll probably go work out, give it about a week off, and start back to workouts, and then yeah, just kind of ease into it from there. There's no need to really rush back. Let my body do the talking, and just kind of feel it out from there. But yeah.
Connor, what was it like? I mean, Cardinals had one of the strongest contingents in the fall league. I mean, you get to play with Jordan Walker, you get to play with Mason Wynn, you get to play with Tink Hence. You probably played with some of them, you know, during your career. Just talk about those guys. I mean, that was, I thought, one of the better contingents any team sent to Arizona.
Yeah, I definitely feel like we had a really strong crew, right? When we had a 19-year-old, maybe a 20-year-old Tink Hence who was throwing 98 mile an hour out of the pen for us. Jordan Walker, Mason Wynn, top prospects, and then our other 2 guys, 3 guys, and Tico, Ludus, and Leahy, all just a good group of guys, good baseball players. We came down and kind of showed what we had, and I feel like for the most part, man, all of us like showed how good the Cardinals are, man. We kind of repped the Cardinals pretty well, and I think we all just kind of fed off of each other, especially the pitching staff. We were all a close-knit group already, and we just kind of fed off of each other, so it was good.
Ooh, no call there from Morales. Thought he had strike 3, which would have been striking out the side in the 7th. He's been impressive. We'll see if we can sneak in 1 or 2 more questions for Connor Thomas. Really enjoying the chat. Connor, how much do you think about the big leagues? And also, I mean, you're mentioning some of your teammates here in the fall league. You could be pitching in the bigs with guys like Arenado, Goldschmidt, Edman behind you, playing some pretty nifty defense.
Yeah, it definitely fires me up as a pitcher to have one of the best defenses in baseball. In my opinion, the best defense in baseball. I'm a little favoritist, I guess.
You're biased, as
yeah.
you should be.
Oh yeah, but no, I'm definitely excited as a contact pitcher, a ground ball pitcher. I love a good defense behind me, and it just gives me that much more confidence when I get my shot up there that I'm going to perform at a high level.
Counts full to Austin Martin. Bases empty in the 7th for Glendale. And just check out this pitch. Otherwise, I got one for you on the 10 strikeout game back on the 17th. Against Surprise, actually. It's a strikeout instead. Hey, Connor, really a pleasure. Really enjoyed the conversation. Enjoy the family time. We'll see you back at spring training, okay?
Yep, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Connor Thomas, winner of the Pitcher of the Year award in the Arizona Fall League. He was sensational. Let's stretch in the desert. Tie ball game.
I'll be back in a sec.
We can't wait forever.
All your nacho fries, please.
Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices. Made for nacho cheese sauce. Only at Taco Bell.
Right here, right now.
I had a bad relationship with my student loan. The interest was costing me, well, us, a fortune.
No matter how much we paid, it was always just there, you know?
So, I broke up with my bad student loan debt and refinanced with SoFi.
Turns out we could save thousands.
Break up with bad student loan debt and refi with SoFi. You could save thousands and pay no fees. Go to SoFi.com to view your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Sound when Bryce Harper hits the baseball. Tremendous power to all fields. Tremendous athlete. And I was talking to Mike Rizzo and asked him, where's the window going to be for Bryce Harper? And he said it might be in right field, moving Worth over to center field, but a very bright future for that young man.
Oh, it's bright, all right. Looking back at Bryce Harper's Arizona Fall League career, things working out pretty well for Bryce, I would say. I mean, he's got one thing to check off the box on the short term, and he was close. A World Series title for his Philadelphia Phillies.
He certainly showed up in postseason, though, didn't he? Wow. Just dominated games.
And, hey, we talked about bloodlines and pressure, you know, say for Acuna in this game with the big brother who's already a superstar in the big leagues. What about Bryce Harper on the cover of Sports Illustrated and just receiving all of the fanfare and Jim Callis and Jonathan Mayo and the pipeline crew?
I know these guys put all these expectations on these kids, man, just killing them.
They're like, this guy's going to be a future Hall of Famer, and he's 16 years old, and he's on the highway.
Yeah, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, Jim, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. But I was going to, that is impressive, Scott, because you think of how much hype comes from some of these guys. Jason Dominguez, super hype player who's in the Fall League. He's not in the championship game and struggled to be still only 19 years old.
That's past the glove of Isola. Into right field it goes, and a leadoff base runner for surprise. It's Scott Schreiber, who's safe at first. It was close.
But I was going to say, for all the hype that was on Bryce Harper, he delivered. And I still think, Dan, I think Bryce Harper probably the best power hitting prospect I've ever seen as an amateur.
Hot shot got a piece of Isola's glove.
You know what's crazy too, Jim, is that he was doing that from the age of like 14 on.
He went to junior college in what should have been his junior season of high school, hit 31 home runs with a wood bat in junior college at age 17. And then he was in the big leagues a couple years later.
De La Cruz coming through.
Good piece of hitting there.
Back-to-back singles to start the seventh.
We have ourselves a situation here.
Yes, we do. Declan Cronin in some trouble on the mound, the right-hander. These are some winning baseball plays right now on offense. Dan, not trying to do too much in the seventh.
Those are two really good at-bats.
They were playing him to pull, so no chance to come up with that. If Glendale, if Surprise wins this game, not that play specifically, but the play before that, Glendale has really given Surprise a lot of opportunities tonight by not making plays in the field.
Good Sable, the bunt attempt, and then back pick attempt.
That's like his third bunt attempt of the evening.
It is. Not many guys working on their bunting in the fall league, especially in the championship
I'm
game.
not sure anybody works on their bunting anywhere.
That's true. Sable singled in the 6th, then stole a base. Athletic catcher. He was taken by the Pirates out of University of Southern California, USC.
Just like Troy Polamalu, his cousin.
That's right. That's, I'm sure, part of why he went there, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm sure if Troy says, hey, maybe give my cousin a shot, like USC's going to listen.
It worked out for their baseball team.
Yep.
It's Sable with Acuna on deck. Knotted up at 4. Winner take all. Popped up, foul grounds. Warren is there.
That is an unproductive out right there.
And a big first out of the inning. Look at the size differential at first.
Well, it's going to be that way with anybody that stands next to him.
Yes, it is. He's got to kind of lean over. What
did you say?
What's the sign? What
he
are we
is, I mean, that is. Look at how big that young man is. It's crazy.
Big spot for Acuna, who's 0 for 3.
Tell you what, though, this kid likes to hit. He's ready to hit right there. That ball wasn't thrown in on him. He was swinging the bat. He's got a chance to be a hero here. It's getting late in the game now.
This could be his moment.
Boy, Jim, he likes to swing, doesn't he?
He does. He's been really aggressive. Hasn't had the greatest fall. He was terrific the first week, and I think the book got around on him a little bit that he
likes to
is
swing
very
a lot.
aggressive, and guys have tried to exploit that. But some of the best all-around tools in the league. Still pretty young, too.
He's going to have to learn to shorten up, take advantage of his good hands to hit.
1-2 runner moving from second. They get the strikeout, and the throw to third is late. And it's a stolen bag for Schreiber. On to Trevor Hauver. Big pitch, though.
Yeah, this inning started out well for him. And two very poor approaches at the plate.
That was a huge cut with 2 strikes.
Yeah, again, he wasn't trying to put the ball in play at all there. He was trying to hit a 3-run home run.
Acuna's teammate in the Rangers organization, Hauver, picked in the 3rd round in 2020 by the Yankees. That's ball 1, and he's walked in back-to-back plate appearances. He was acquired by Texas in the Joey Gallo deal in 2021 around the trade deadline.
That could be a really interesting trade for the Rangers in the long run. They got Josh Smith. They got Ezekiel Duran. Duran was out here in the fall league last year. They got Glenn Otto, who's already pitched in. All 3 of those other guys have been in the big leagues already with him.
Yeah, they picked up some quantity in that trade that's turning into quality. And of course, Gallo in New York just didn't work out.
He's going to be a good buy low candidate for somebody this winter. I mean, if you're on the right team, you know, he's going to have to be surrounded by guys who make a little bit more contact. He can have a whole team of that, but he's a really good outfielder, runs well.
Hauver fouls that one off, and it's 2-2. Tension starting to build.
Yeah, you feel it a little bit, don't you?
It's a big pitch coming up. It gets kind of quiet. Nice crowd tonight. And Driver strikes out. Down on one knee, and his team cannot capitalize. First two hitters reach with singles. Look at Declan Cronin rebounding, keeping this game tied at 4.
Time for the best interview in baseball. Who's the cheapest guy on your team? Most annoying teammate to sit next to?
I got one speed in this game, speed.
I haven't had a salad in a long time, if you couldn't tell.
I'm going to keep that in my bragging rights for sure.
1-5. Are you ready? Go do it, dog!
Take me up into the stratosphere.
Thanks to Chase, Angie's not sweating this text since there's 0 overdraft fees if she overdraws by $50 or less. And Kyle? Well, he's keeping calm with another day to adjust his balance if he overdraws by more than $50. Overdraft assist from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
You're running out of time.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Arizona Fall League Championship game, full of drama and tied. Eduard Julian in the scouting grades, breakout player of the year in the Fall League. Are we going to bump any of those numbers up, Jim?
Yeah, you could maybe bump the hit up. Yeah, maybe 50 hit, 50 power. Like, plate discipline isn't graded there. His plate discipline is very strong. The two issues with Julian, you could see a little bit there with the run and the throw, are one, what position is he going to play? We've talked about he hasn't looked great at second base tonight. He's probably more of a first baseman or left fielder. And then two, while he is very patient at the plate, when you face better pitchers at higher levels, are they going to exploit that? They know you're taking pitches. Are they going to get ahead of you in the count? Can he turn the switch up a little bit and be more? I remember Kevin Youkilis. He's coming, everybody, Greek God walks, and he got to AAA, and everybody knew he was taking pitches. And the first month he was there, guys were getting ahead of him in the count. He had to adjust to, like, look, I'm looking for a specific pitch early, and if I get it, I'm going to hit. And that might be an adjustment he has to make. But scouts have been pleased with the way he's played, but wonder, is it patience is good, passive is not? So where do you fall on that spectrum when you're taking pitches?
Plate discipline's a pretty important tool.
But if guys know that you're going to be taking pitches early in the count, you're going to be down 0-1, 0-2 until you show that you're going to start
That's
swinging.
The game of adjustments, right?
Yeah, exactly. But he's been so consistent here. He and Austin Martin have really had good falls for the Desert Dogs and set the tone for their lineup.
And look at him while we talk about him take another walk. Base on balls, right? 3 times tonight. I'm thinking about, for example, because we're fresh off the postseason, Bryce Harper, very patient approach for many years. He'll spit at quite a few pitches. This past season as a whole, he was one of the most aggressive hitters on the first pitch. He's like, you're not getting strike one on me, and often took some mega hacks, and sometimes it worked out.
That's winning offensive baseball, though, when you lead off an inning with a walk, when you're a tie game late in the 8th inning like this. This young man's ball hit off top of the wall turned out to be a pretty big run.
Oh, yeah. Pages in the 6th, the double. They scored 2 in that inning. If you look at LA, and I know they've had some of their issues in the playoffs, but they've been a dominant regular season ball club. I mean, just hitting prospects alone. Pages and Miguel Vargas, who just played a little bit on the big league squad this year.
Kid.
Those 2 players are big league ball players that should be everyday guys. I mean, there's just a non-stop revolving door of talent coming through in Los Angeles.
They've just done a great job identifying talent, but really their development machine has been the best in the game.
They work so well hand in hand. And you talk about position players. Their best kid is it's a 21-year-old catcher named Diego Cartaya, who's a couple years away. Michael Bush, former first-round pick. He's a second baseman. He's close to big league ready. It just goes on and on. Dalton Rushing, their top pick this year, second rounder, had a great debut. And then we're talking about the hitters. Well, you still have Bobby Miller and Ryan Pepio and Gavin Stoner, all guys. Landon Knack, all four of those guys could be in the big leagues next year if given an opportunity. And we're talking about a team that picks at the bottom of the first round and has small, one of the smallest bonus pools and one of the smallest international pools, and it doesn't stop.
They put such significant incremental dollars in their player development system. And so they spend in the areas where they know they get the biggest bang for their buck.
$300,000. They signed Pages in 2017. He's close to the show. Runner's going. And that's going to make him go first to third. Julian will end up there, and Pages, the big fist pump.
That's a great piece of hitting right there. Great aggressive baseball, too. It's one of my most favorite plays in the game.
You don't see it very much anymore.
No, we do not.
And what I really like there, Pages, his best tool is clearly the power, but there's a situation, we've been seeing guys try to do too much all night, and that situation he didn't. He went opposite field, ground ball single, first and third, nobody out. Really nice piece of hitting. A really nice piece of situational hitting here in a tie game in the 8th inning.
And now it swings back to Jose Ramos, whose first at-bat resulted in the first home run of the game in the second. Most recently, he didn't make a play in center field that turned into offense for surprise.
Tie the game up.
Yeah, that's why we're here right now in a 4-4 game instead of a 4-2 game.
Baseball's a redeeming game, Scotty.
Yes.
Now he's got a chance.
So you see where I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And there are no outs in the 8th.
And you talk about the job the Dodgers do, player development and acquisition. Jose Ramos signed for $30,000. $30,000, and he's got probably 60, 65 raw power and a 70-yard.
First pitch of the AB is ball one. I mean, when he signed, he was at about 5'11", 150. He's added about 50 pounds.
A little bigger than that.
He's much bigger, much stronger. He's shown that tonight.
Francisco Morales has not allowed an earned run in the entire AFL season, and he looks spectacular. Last inning, striking out the side.
He's at
but
26 pitches now, though. It looks like he's getting a little fatigued. Needs a punch out here.
There's a strike. This is his second inning of work. This could be his last batter.
You got a left-hand hitter up next, and you got a left-hander warming up in the bullpen. So I would think, Scott, you're right.
And a shaky start to this 8th for Morales. Ramos chases. And that is a big strikeout for Morales. Looks like he's staying in. Approaching the 30 pitch mark. It was
hard slider.
Is that a good pitch or a bad chase?
Oh, that was a bad chase.
Bad chase, yeah. Xavier Warren, 2 for 3 this evening.
He had a big at bat last time up. Good approach to hit. Just got to put the ball in play here. You got to make some contact. Got to make them make a play. There's back up the middle for a double play at second and short. Third baseman will probably go to second too. He's 2 steps behind the bag. Ooh, good pitch.
Morales on the mound is ranked number 11 in the Phillies system. That's 2 strikes on another batter here.
Jim, this kid looks like a bullpen kid that's not very far from pitching in the big leagues. He's got 2+ pitches right now.
Yeah, hard fastball, hard slider. He pitched some in the big leagues this year. You know, it goes like you were saying earlier, Dan. It comes down to consistency. He's got the stuff. If he can consistently command it, he'll be back in the big leagues.
He already has a big league save on his resume. Runners going, and a stop and no throw. Now 2 in scoring position makes the opportunity even juicier for Warren. Yeah, Morales made his major league debut on May 9th. 2 scoreless innings and 3 strikeouts against Seattle in a victory for Philadelphia, and then 2 more appearances at the big league level, including a save against the Dodgers on the 13th of May, even though he walked 3 in that game. And Warren strikes out. He looks at one catch in the corner.
It's at least 4 of the 5 strikeouts have been on sliders.
You know,
he used it well tonight.
A ton of strikeouts looking tonight, too.
That's actually a pretty good pitch to hit. It's a slider that's up out over the plate. You got the infield in. I mean, you have to be thinking swinging the bat there, and anything you see out over the plate.
Alex Isola hitless tonight. He looked good batting practice. He's smashing some baseballs.
That's that
over
5
the wall.
o'clock batting practice can fool you, man.
Yeah.
You got to see it at 7.
You're right. Yeah, I saw his BP on number 30. What are we working with here? And he's had a pretty quiet fall league. Takes ball 2.
That can all change here for him.
That's right. His first homer in the fall league came last night, 424 feet.
Down to count 2-0. He's now at, it'll be his 36th pitch. It's a challenge count, but well, he better make sure he executes the location of it.
Isola takes one down the pike.
Is that a slider? I didn't see it. Was that a 2-0 slider, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means he's very confident in his slider.
(2-1).
He's tired.
Why is he still in?
20 pitchers on, there's literally 20 pitchers on both the rosters. They're not all available.
Yeah.
But you have other options to go to. They do have somebody warming up. They do have that lefty warming up.
He's been warming up a while. He's actually thrown a half an inning out there.
Ball 4, and they're loaded up. See if they make a change. Grant Wolfram is next up out of the bullpen, and yes, here we go. He's going to be coming into a tough spot. Bases loaded, a hitless Noelvi Marte tonight, who had a huge game yesterday to help Glendale get to this spot. Major drama coming up in the championship game in the 8th inning in a moment.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself when you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Hey, check this out.
I want to try.
Oh, Jesus.
When it comes to the long haul, we're thinking of every mile. The all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 5. It's your journey.
As a freshly certified B Corp, Nespresso joins a global movement using business as a force for good. So we don't just cultivate beautiful coffees today, we're committed to creating a beautiful tomorrow. Nespresso, what else?
Don't just clean it, clean it. OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer kills 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. And that feels... OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer also kills the virus that causes COVID-19.
Hey, the Seattle Mariners made a serious move at the deadline that helped them in their playoff push, acquiring Luis Castillo from the Cincinnati Reds and sending back 4 prospects, highlighted by the man at the top, Noelvi Marte, who is about to climb in this 8th inning with the bases loaded in a tie ball game in the championship here at the Arizona Fall League. Scott Brunn, Jim Callis, and Dan O'Dowd looking at the scouting grades for Marte. And we see the run at 60, power at 60. I mean, it is serious raw pop, but that tool at the top is actually where they want to see him thrive right now. Just make some contact. He's actually the only player in the lineup that hasn't struck out tonight. Grant Wolfram takes over.
He's not an easy at bat. He's got a mid-90s fastball, mid-80s slider. As we said in the open, Marte was the big hero last night. 2-run homer to get him on the board when they were down 3-0 early in the playing game. Doubled, drew a walk, scored the go-ahead run. It's a big night. He's struggled for most of the fall league. He's been a little bit overly aggressive, or I shouldn't say a little bit. He's been overly aggressive for much of the fall league. Seemed to settle down yesterday. Look at that.
Marte going to center, and it is caught on the run by De La Cruz. Look at De La Cruz getting a good jump, and he's all over that baseball, and it doesn't hurt to be 6'8". Long arms. He's there. Some might have to dive for that baseball. He's gliding and sending this game into the home 8th. Still even at 4.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reggie.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Right here, right now.
DeLonghi, espresso made right.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
With the Venture X card from Capital One, you earn 2 times miles on every purchase.
They're noise canceling. You're being too loud.
Good choice.
My lucky number.
Plus, earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel. What's in your wallet?
Off to the surprise 8th inning, but back to their 7th inning. And the first 2 reach with singles. Then Blake Sable pops out in foul grounds. Acuna strikes out. And Hauver, same story. A big statement from Cronin, who now sees his White Sox organization teammate Lane Ramsey take the baseball in the 8th to try and shut down this surprise team yet again. Great back and forth battle tonight, and it starts with a bunt to the pitcher who bobbles. Underhand toss is there, but it was close. Beat him by about a step. Samad Taylor, a little blitz bunt, almost turned it into a hit.
Yeah, one more step and that's a base hit. Just didn't get it quite far enough up the line. Good thought.
Swing it back to the top of the order, and Jace Easley.
I like the idea because the speed's his best tool. He's been taking some big hacks. I will say, Ramsey, who's huge, 6'9", power stuff, does not throw a lot of strikes. I might have wanted to see if if I get ahead in the count against him, because Ramsey walked almost a batter in an inning this year. So maybe he would have helped you out. But I do like, in general, instead of trying to take a big hack, the speed almost turned into a base hit.
Mr. Easley does not get cheated at the plate.
No, he does not. He did get a double in the 6th inning. That was the misplay between Julian and really it was Ramos in center field. His baseball, not much communication, ends up scoring 2 runs for surprise. That's why we're here at a 4-4 ball game in the home 8th instead of 4-2 Glendale. The Desert Dogs have jumped in front 3 times, and Surprise keeps storming back by making contact. Glendale's had some misplays on defense. And hey, we tell it like it is, Dan. Tonight, not a clean night on D for either side.
No, and some poor executional, situational hitting wise. Jimmy, you're right. This kid's got power stuff, boy. The ball just jumps out of his hand.
He's had a lot of elbow issues. It's a matter of staying healthy and throwing strikes. But he's 6'9", 245.
Usually you don't see a kid like this with his quick arm. He's got a quick arm.
If they can keep him healthy, he could be really interesting. He's actually bigger than De La Cruz.
We've got the starting basketball team out here, don't we?
Yeah, we have some dunkers out there. It's a 23rd round pick in 2018 by the White Sox out of the University of Oklahoma. He's 26 years old. Payoff. Got him.
3-2 hook. I did not see that coming.
A lot of frozen hitters tonight.
Yeah, been a lot of called strike 3s.
Yep.
I don't think that was a strike, but it was an unhittable pitch. That ball's up and in.
He shook his head. Yeah, and if we're at Salt River, Easley's tapping his hat.
He's not tapping it. He's crushing his helmet right now.
And he's probably walking over to first base afterward.
Strike 1 to Gonzalez.
Good scouting report there. He swung pretty much at first pitch fastballs every time up. Probably hunting, trying to ambush one. 3 hits tonight. Throws him a first pitch breaking ball. Kind of locks him up a little bit.
Nice swinging on strike 2.
That's a good breaking ball there. Jim, this kid's got really good stuff.
No, he does. I mean, it's just if they can,
Yeah, I know.
The elbow barks a lot, but if they can keep him healthy and get him some innings.
Availability is a part of that tool package we don't talk about as an industry very much. Got to be available to play.
And it's also hard to get better if you're on the sidelines too.
Another strikeout looking. Impressive work from 6'9" Lane Ramsey in the White Sox organization. 3 up, 3 down. Let's hit the 9th in the championship game.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
I wish that Shaq was my real-life big brother. What's up, little bro? Turns out some wishes do come true. And it turns out that General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go with the General.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
Small business owners, slow internet is nonsense. You deserve the fastest speeds in the nation. You deserve Spectrum Business. In fact, thousands of independent tests confirm that Spectrum is the clear winner when it comes to speed. The fastest in the nation. Boom! It's that fast. Actually, it's much faster.
What will you do? Will you make something better? Create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors can provide you with the tools and expertise you need to bring out the innovator in you.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves. We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
The World Baseball Classic is back and exclusively on Fox. All the action begins March 2023 in Taiwan, Japan, Arizona, and Florida. Visit worldbaseballclassic.com for more information. Yeah, there'll be WBC baseball, really good WBC baseball right here in Arizona. This ballpark actually hosted 3 games back in 2006 in the WBC. Matt McClain to get things going in the 9th for Glendale. Still knotted up at 4 in the AFL Championship game. Scott Brunn, Jim Callis, and Dan O'Dowd checking out the scouting grades for McClain, which includes a 60 on the run tool. And we saw some power earlier from him as well.
Yeah, he clicked the hanging breaking ball. I'm sure he's looking to do that right now.
Yeah, the home run sandwich between 2 strikeouts tonight for McClain.
Wolfram's another one of these relievers that I didn't know a whole lot about till I saw him out here, but very consistent out here. A lot of strikes, misses bats with a mid-90s fastball, mid-80s slider.
I know they're very excited about him, and they should be. It's a really good arm.
And great find too. I mean, we're talking 18th round pick from Division II school, Davenport, Michigan. You know, really nice find.
Another example, Jim, that if you're good, scouts find you anywhere you're at.
That is true.
He beat him there. That was good. He had good plane on that fastball, down and in. Got to his glove side there. Really hard thing for left-handers to do is consistently command the ball to their glove side, which really sets everything up to run away from the barrel of the bat on their arm side.
Come on, Maddie, keep playing. Go, Maddie.
So McClain, Hackenberg, and then back to leadoff hitter Austin Martin due up 3rd in the 9th. Glendale led the league in runs scored. Pitch clock at 1. Ball 2.
I knew he was going to go breaking ball there. I thought after throwing him 2 fastballs. Bet he comes back with a fastball here. His breaking ball looks a little loopy and inconsistent. Has that been the case, Jim?
I've seen him good. I've only seen him pitch, I think, twice, 2 innings, and it's been sharper. That one might have gotten away from him a little bit.
You can't what?
Looks like we halted the pitch clock twice here. There's some conversations going on.
Got some barking going on from the dugout.
Nate Tomlinson, home plate ump and crew chief, trying to settle things.
Come on, Maddie.
McClain is going to get one through the left side. Leadoff base runner for Glendale.
Good looking at bat right there. You got a guy who can really run on the bases now too.
Back to Glendale. 8th inning. That's Morales with a walk, and then Noel V. Marte with the bases loaded and 2 outs, flying out to center. De La Cruz making the catch, and they had 2 reach to start that 8th inning.
9-0 hitter up. What are we doing here?
It's Adam Hackenberg bunting nicely, charging at third, and the throw is money from Will Wagner. Great play on a almost perfectly placed bunt. It does the job though.
Great
and moves
job.
McLean. That's a good one there.
Really good. Perfectly placed. Go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, I mean, now you got a runner in scoring position, Dan. There's been serious struggles on both sides now late in this game.
And Austin Martin has not had too many good passes tonight. He's got another shot here. Yeah, that's a good breaking ball right there.
I mean, yesterday he drove home what ended up being the winning run. That was in the 7th inning of the semifinal game.
Watching him over the years at Vanderbilt, this is the type of situations where he'd come through with big hit after big hit.
Part of their national championship team, 2019. I think, Dan, when we did the first MLB4 game, when he was a sophomore, I think he had 5 hits in that game.
I think he did, yeah. Used the whole field, too.
And power.
I think that was the question mark on him, Scotty, is the power part of it. I really never questioned the fact that he could hit. I still think that'll play out, too.
I kind of felt, Dan, like it was average raw power, but that he was such a good hitter, he'd get to most of it.
Yeah.
And he just hasn't gotten to much at all in pro ball.
And look at McLean taking third, and Glendale is fired up.
Hey, McLean is a plus runner, and he's got really good baseball instincts. He's a winning player. Thought the Reds made a great selection with him.
I don't think they thought he was going to be there. I want to say it was 17th overall. I do not think they expected him to be there with the 17th pick in the 2021 draft. Got him up to Double-A this year, too. Just didn't hesitate. Really good read there. No play at third.
Again, Austin, again, you get the infield in. This has been a struggle tonight on both teams. Got a left-hand hitter up next, so you want to be able to execute it right here.
And that is going to go to short. They're coming home. It's a tag, and it's that.
That was a great play.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Acuna to Sable, and they erase McLean.
Early in the game, I had talked about Acuna's glove-to-hand transfer. We really saw it right there.
And he had to leap for that baseball, and it's a pretty fast runner.
Good tag, too, by Sable off the plate.
So Martin can't come through. He ends up at first on the fielder's choice. And the 2-hitter, Julian, has walked 3 times tonight. And there's Paul 1.
Martin tries to steal a bag here, try to get himself in scoring position now. He's not quick to the plate at all. We have not seen him move to first. I always love running on 2-0 counts. Pitcher, you know he's going to throw a strike or try to throw a strike. He's going to be focused on the hitter. If you get a good pitch to hit, a double can score a run.
There's a strike. No swings yet.
Went to a 2-0 breaking ball for a strike.
Come on, Eddie.
Julian hit 400 in the AFL regular season.
I mean, he's going to make you throw strikes.
Oh, yeah. He takes pitches like a champ. He hasn't swung yet. And that's maybe why you don't go for second, because you're like, 50-50 chance. Julian's at first anyway with a walk.
True.
With the night he's having. This would be his 4th walk of the night. Do you think he's swinging? I say no. Runner's going, and it's ball 4, of course.
4 walks. Boy, how rare do we see this in any game at any level?
And that one was one of the easier
walks.
Walks that we've seen from him.
Taking a 3-0 breaking ball, 2-0 breaking ball was a good call, and the next 2 pitches weren't even close.
Pajes.
I don't think he's going to face him now.
Yeah, he's going to face a new pitcher. Here we go. We've been here before. There is a runner in scoring position. There are 2 outs. And one of the better prospects in the fall league has a chance to push his team in front. All building up in the championship game. Don't move.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Is it natural? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'll be back in a second.
We can't wait forever.
Oh, your nacho fries, please.
Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices, made for nacho cheese sauce, only at Taco Bell.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a bomb breeze.
And our strong knees.
It's Andy and Snoop.
And we're eating Guam cheese.
Guam cheese?
Yeah, I don't know. I ran out of rhymes.
This winter, make sure your tires are ready for adventure. Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Schedule your tire appointment at Midas.com.
Jerry Dipoto, Trader Jerry, had a really nice season running the front office for a Seattle Mariners team that cracked the playoffs for the first time since 2001. And he is the president of baseball operations of the Seattle Mariners. And I mean, he'll be the first to tell you, he absolutely loves transactions. He just loves making trades. But one he has not yet made is acquiring his son, who pitches in the Royals organization. And his name is Jonah Seaver Dipoto, taking over in a big spot.
Well, I'm sure J.J. Picoult would be glad to trade Jonah Dipoto if Jerry will give up Julio Rodriguez. Like, I'm sure he'd be happy to trade him.
Oh, Jim, that's not fair.
Well, I think, too, a lot of times, Dan, you could probably speak to this, because you had a son who played professional baseball. More comfortable sometimes not having your son in the organization, having all the questions and all that on top of it.
Sure, depending upon the child, the situation, yeah.
2 on for Glendale.
Got a body similar to his dad. Comes out throwing sliders like his dad.
Gonna see how.
I'm sure Jerry is more nervous watching him pitch than any big league game he's ever watched in a GM seat. Or he pitched himself.
Andy Pajes. 2-1 count, and this is one of the better prospects in this league.
Yeah, and he had a really good approach last time up where he didn't try to do too much. Prior to that, for me, he was in the Fall Stars game, he was trying to do a little too much. Last 2 at-bats have been excellent.
Last 2 ABs, double, single, but now a pop-up. Defense has been shaky tonight, though. Foul ground, still moving, and doesn't have it. Scott Schreiber could not locate the baseball to the glove. It's been one of those nights for both sides on defense, and now add a life to this AB for Pajes.
You could tell he didn't have this from the get-go. He had no idea where he was on the field. He was drifting really bad.
Why are so many players losing the ball in the lights tonight?
I don't know. It's like he never saw that at all. It's a big play, giving this young man another swing.
They wanted it.
They'd be tapping the hat in Saw River.
That was a really good pitch. The ball was in.
It was in, but I mean, from a strategic standpoint, you might challenge it. Yes.
Yeah, he knew it was in. Good
He's
pitch.
countering the challenge with the tap inside.
He's erasing the challenge. You should get one erasure where you can block the challenge.
Well, he strikes out anyway. Jonah DePoto getting it done with 2 on and 2 outs in a tie game in the 9th. And how clutch was this from Acuna? Leap, throw home, and prevent the go-ahead run so that Surprise has a chance to walk things off in the championship game. Bottom 9 is next.
Right here, right now.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try.
Really?
This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
History has been written and the numbers are in the books. Now, who are the best of the best? Baseball's award season starts right here on MLB Network. Who will win? Find out exclusively on MLBN all this week. Who's making history tonight in Scottsdale?
Billy Wagner's son.
Willie up first.
Leading the league in slugging.
And that's a miss low from Ramsey, who looked really strong in the 8th.
Well, he did.
3, 4, and 5 for Surprise. Top seed in the AFL this year, and Wagner got under one. And Ramos found it. Yeah, you can even hear our mic pick up someone in the dugout. Run hard. They're having trouble seeing the baseball in the air today. That one found. Scott Schreiber up next. Two walks, reached on an error in the 5th, and a single in his last trip in the 7th. Quick 2 strikes for Ramsey.
baseball from Lane Ramsey gets on you quick.
That one was 95 right there.
He gets great extension out front, too, with his size.
Schreiber strikes out.
He's pretty much overmatched everybody since he's come in the game.
All 3 strikeouts on the slider. I thought the most impressive was that at-bat against Nick Gonzalez,
Yeah,
who'd been on base 4 times and just went slider, 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 and sent him back to the dugout.
That's really good extension out front. That's good. Good delivery.
White Sox fans are like, bring him up.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, let's get this, keep him healthy. Let's get him to the big leagues.
Carlos De La Cruz. Oh, this is quite the battle right here.
Yeah, we got a lot of.
We got to line them up next to each other. See who's taller. Stand back to back, and we'll see. Ramsey an inch listed taller than Carlos De La Cruz. Carlos might be a little taller than 6'8".
He's still growing. Ooh. And he smacks that one into center.
Oh, nice play.
Nice stop by Ramos. If that gets past him, it's a whole heap of trouble.
That gets past him, it's a triple. Who knows?
2-out single for De La Cruz.
That ball was squared out. Exit velocity on that pitch had to be over 100 miles an hour. That ball was smoked.
Wow, that was close.
That's a great play by Ramos. That ball was really skipped crazy on that grass.
Now Blake Sable.
The way De La Cruz can run, if Sable can find a gap, I think this game's over. Center, look how shallow the center fielder's playing.
Yeah, it's kind of strange with the runner on first. And Ramos has got a great arm.
You don't want to be.
Pages has a great arm too.
You want to be playing no doubles.
That one goes away and leads to a base.
Well, now you want to play for base hit. Prior to that, though, you had to be playing no doubles, but both the left fielder and the center fielder were very shallow.
I think that hit Nate Tomlinson.
Yeah, I think it caught his shin guard.
Home plate up. Yeah.
Got a piece of the glove first. Chance to be a hero here.
1-1. Now 1-2. '24-year-old Blake Sable with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 9th. And he goes down. Throw over to first. It's a strikeout. 2 more for Lane Ramsey. Bonus baseball. Dinner can wait. We need to crown a champ in the Fall League.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself and you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Hey, check this out.
I want to try.
Oh, Jesus.
When it comes to the long haul, we're thinking of every mile. The all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 5. It's your journey.
As a freshly certified B Corp, Nespresso joins a global movement using business as a force for good. So we don't just cultivate beautiful coffees today, we're committed to creating a beautiful tomorrow. Nespresso. What else?
Don't just clean it. Clean it. OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer kills 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. And that feels... OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer also kills the virus that causes COVID-19.
Back on MLB Network's special coverage of the 2022 Arizona Fall League Championship game. Scotty Brondano, Dow, Jim Callis in Scottsdale. Extra innings for the title. Who wants it? Back to the second inning. Jose Ramos was hungry with a solo shot. It started the scoring. 1-0 to 4-4 in the 10th, and Ramos back at the dish. And yes, we'll start with a runner on second, his teammate Pages. Oh, we've been looking for some scoring, Dan. This is a good way to try and create some offense.
They were. This situation hasn't gone well for us tonight, though.
That's true, especially late.
Yeah. Jonah's got a good slider. Really good. He's got deception in his delivery. Throws from a lower slot, thrown in the mid-90s. God, we've seen one good arm after another tonight.
Jonah's dad, Jerry, I'm sure watching and maybe scheming his next trade.
I'm sure he's very proud of Jonah.
Yep.
Nice pitch.
Oh, wow. Ramos back to the dugout, and here comes Xavier Warren. We're fresh off the GM meetings, too.
Yeah, the season ends. There's not much rest time. You go right to the GM meetings, and then you have a little break over Thanksgiving, and then you're right at the winter meetings. I think it's going to be very active winter, too, with trades. I think a lot of clubs are trying to get better this year.
Getting better matters. Just ask the Phillies.
Yeah, I think clubs really are motivated to see if they can get. There's not many clubs that are in complete rebuild modes right now. So it should be a good winter for the players.
Yeah, good for the player, good for the fans.
Yep.
Xavier Warren behind 0-2.
Well, you can see the movement on that from up here. I think the thing that impresses me on most of these relievers, for the most part, they've come out really throwing strikes.
Which sometimes is an issue for players in this league, but...
Issues, period, in our game.
Yep.
Especially with the velocity and the nastiness of the secondary pitches.
That was a check that tipped off the bat of Warren.
He's just happy he fouled it off.
Both sides have struck out 14 times. It's 1-2, and Pages not going anywhere. And it's been a theme, but it continues. Jonah DePoto, Bloodlines. Jerry is not just the president of baseball ops. He was a pitcher.
Darn good one, too.
Yeah.
Very good major league reliever for a long time.
Warren.
It's a very well executed pitch there. After going slider and slider. Ball was away, but it's a very well executed pitch.
Sable tried to frame it. Warren going the other way, a little bloop shot, and it falls. Pages coming in and making it 5-4. And out at second is Warren. But the single scores the run, and for now, Glendale leads 5-4.
That's a really good piece of hitting. Stayed right on the ball. Good pitch, good piece of hitting.
Alex Isola takes a strike. We've seen this story before, Jim Callis. Glendale takes the lead. Surprise has had an answer every single time tonight.
I'm not counting on leaving like in the next couple minutes. We may be here for a little while. We'll see. But yeah, it has been that kind of night. It's been a fun game. Long game, but fun game.
Isola fouls that one off. And also Hover in left field making a throw that turns into an out. They might need that extra run. Of course, Surprise will get the same setup.
Yeah, I like
runner
that
on
there,
second.
though. I mean, it took a really good throw by the left fielder, good
Sure.
tag. I like the aggressive trying to get in scoring position, especially with how hard it's been to score runs tonight by getting consecutive hits.
I'm just playing armchair base runner here, Dan.
I know that. We're in the
You know me.
10th inning. Well, reality is that Surprise kind of got their runs gifted to them on that fly ball to center field. Those two runs that tie the game up 4-4.
Two and two. Yeah, defense has been a problem on both ends.
And even the run they scored before that to tie it at 2-2, infield hit, wild pitch error.
Isola strikes out. Okay, so DePoto holds Glendale to 1 run. And Surprise will have a chance to answer, and who knows, maybe walk this thing off. Championship game, bottom 10 coming up.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Is it natural? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'll be back in a sec.
We can't wait forever.
All your nacho fries, please.
Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices. Made for nacho cheese sauce. Only at Taco Bell.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a bomb breeze.
And our strong knees.
It's Andy and Snoop.
And we're eating Guam cheese.
Guam cheese?
Yeah, I don't know. I ran out of rhymes.
This winter, make sure your tires are ready for adventure. Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Schedule your tire appointment at Midas.com.
Last of the 10th, Surprise down a run because Xavier Warren comes through. Little splashdown into shallow left. Pajes coming in. And Glendale back in front. Surprise has never led, but they have always come back in this title game. Tanner Dodson out of the bullpen. Two-way player, Jim Callis.
Yeah, I think he's going to be more of a, he went to the Dodgers from the Rays system. They've made him a full-time pitcher. He throws a very hard two-seamer, 96, 98, a lot of sink. He's got a hard slider, doesn't miss a lot of bats with it. The key's going to be, like a lot of these guys, throwing strikes. He had more than a walk per inning this year in Double-A, but when he's on, he's nasty.
One thing that did stand out to me when I was looking at the players pregame, I was like, wow, these are some tall teams. And as I'm reading measurables throughout the evening, it's making sense. I mean, there is a lot of 6'5" plus coming out of both bullpens.
Yeah, Dotson not one of them. But just point is, I'm looking through the bullpen list right now. I mean, there's some big dudes on both sides. Acuna takes one down Broadway.
He's been swinging at everything
That's
tonight.
the one he doesn't swing at.
Yeah. Center cut fastball he takes.
Luis Angel, brother of Ronald. And Sable's at second, the ghost runner.
Power sink right there, Jim. You're right on.
Question will be, can he throw it for strikes?
Set up in the middle of the play. You don't need to do too much with that kind of sinker. Catcher stay right there.
Acuna past the glove and into right. And we are tied. Acuna aggressive to second. And the throw, I think, kicked off his foot. So now he's at second with nobody out in the 10th. And this momentum has swung in favor of surprise. First hit tonight for Luis Angel Acuna, and it scores Sable. Ball bouncing their way on this play.
Great base running here, though. Very, very instinctive. Kind of really never hesitated, really forced to throw.
Went off the glove of McLean, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was a good throw. I think Matt just missed it.
Hauber, foul ball.
That's twice Acuna saved the day for surprise. Made that great defensive play.
Absolutely.
Or else they would have lost in regulation, and now he ties it up here.
He's a gamer. It runs in the family.
And he's fast and he's aggressive. I think he's coming home on anything hit to the outfield. We'll see.
Tell you what, if that third baseman takes another 2 steps to 6 hole, he's going to end up stealing third.
Trevor Hauber has walked twice, struck out twice.
He hasn't had good swings tonight. He's got to put a quality at bat together here. Deliver the run or get Acuna to third base with less than 2 outs. Then we can squeeze the winning run home.
We had a good bunt by Samad Taylor last time.
Just forced Dotson to find the zone.
He's not even looking at the runner at second base. I mean, he might be, but he really isn't. He's slow to the plate, too.
And slowly left side, who's got it? McLean, no chance.
There's no chance on that play. I'm surprised he even threw it.
I was thinking the same thing. The only thing that was going to happen there is if he throws it away, the game's over.
Infield single for Hauber.
That was no man's land.
And most importantly, Acuna gets himself to third.
They could squeeze here, Dan. I mean, Taylor's a really good bunter.
Yeah. If he puts the ball down the same way he did last at bat, game's over.
Samad Taylor.
And, you know, easily hasn't had a great night offensively, so you really want to score the run here if you can.
The only thing I worry about with the squeeze is Dotson can be really erratic with where he puts the ball.
Good point.
Pulls back on the bunt, and also
safety
Hackenberg had
squeeze
to make a
Safety
stop.
squeeze. You can't suicide here with nobody out.
No.
And not trusting Dotson to put the ball to where you can get to it necessarily.
Not the way Acuna can run at third.
You try and put it down again?
I do. Push it right up towards first base and let the guy I know can run, really run.
Instead, it's a cut and a miss. Oh, this is tense. Of course, surprise. Coming back again. And this would be their first lead of the night. Taylor. And it's Hauber moving to second. The concern is Acuna, of course.
That's where the ghost runner at second base creates such an interesting dynamic in our game. It's exciting.
It's fun. (2-1) from Dotson to Taylor. Now 2-2.
He beat him. He's beaten him twice now with fastballs above his hands. I think if he goes up a little higher, he's going to get a strikeout.
This is a part of the lineup that you can navigate through with Taylor and J.C. Easley as
mostly had a tough night making contact.
Went the slider there. I'm surprised he did that. Well, it's his game. There's no one else up in the bullpen.
Payoff. Struck him out. Ball skips away, but not far enough. And they'll throw to first to complete the K. Oh, it doesn't matter. So Taylor back to the dugout.
3-2 slider.
They need a strikeout here, and Easley's been really aggressive tonight. Ty struck out 4 times already and had the pop that should have been called for by Ramos to turn into a 2-run double. But
absolutely can pitch his way out of this if he executes his pitches right.
I would not walk him here. I don't know if that's what they're going to discuss.
Not with Gonzalez.
I don't trust, and I don't. Gonzalez is too good. I don't trust Dotson's control in the way Easley swung the bat tonight. I try to strike him out here.
Now, Nick Gonzalez has been a star and a very strong candidate for MVP of this one. Look at Acuna.
That ball got away. Certainly doesn't want to run into it out there, but that ball kicked away just another step. I think he goes. That's a hard play for the catcher, and it's a really hard play for the pitcher to get there and make a tag.
Acuna ready to move easily. Makes contact to second, and they're coming home, and they've got him. This time it's Julian connecting with Hackenberg. Hauver does get to third, but there are 2 gone in the 10th.
He double clutched on that too. I don't know if he was trying to get grip.
Yeah, I don't think he got his glove.
I was wondering if Acuna was going to sneak in there.
He made a good throw though, because the throw was up the line where it had to be. I don't know why Acuna was hesitating and going back to the bag, because he's got to be going on contact there, but he didn't go on contact.
Runners moving. Nick Gonzalez fouls that one off.
Still like my chances here with Gonzalez getting a knock, boys.
And give credit to Glendale. We've talked about how they have not played good defense at crucial times tonight. They needed that play made there, and Julian made it. Nice tag by Hackenberg.
He did. Yep. Good play on both ends.
We've seen infield in throw home work. Big swing and a miss, and a bag taken by Easley.
That was a big swing there. He's got to shorten up here and just do what he did his first 3 times up and just try to hit the ball the other way here.
And they're playing him to pull. I mean, for guys who hit the ball off the field, look how much where the second baseman's
playing. I don't know why second base is even worried about holding the runner on second.
Runner means nothing.
Absolutely not. But you're right. They're shading him up the middle.
Ball 1. Trevor Hauver's at third. Nick Gonzalez, future Pittsburgh Pirate. Former first-round pick. Has a 2-2 count. And the other thing to keep in mind, Dan, is we have seen probably 10, 12 wild pitches at this point, so
yeah,
keep the at bat going.
Went slider there down in the dirt, because ball easily kick away from Hackenberg, who's for me struggled tonight a little bit behind the plate in his movements, his ability to block a ball. Oh, he got a hanger there and missed it. That was a cement mixer, middle of the plate, missed it. Watch this pitch, see it? Ooh, wow. He knows it too.
You could do a lot with that.
He has a perfect pitch to line in the right center right there.
It's full. You've got first base open. Top slugger in the fall league waits on deck, and Will Wagner.
Well, that, as Jim also talked about, you know, he can scare the strike zone a little bit. So he really wants to make something happen on this pitch.
Gonzalez strikes out and will move to the 11th. Oh, this set up so well for surprise. Tying the ball game up. Runner at third. And just an excellent job by the infield. This is the key moment. Julian, perfect throw. And Glendale preserves this game at 5-5. Also, credit to Tanner Dodson, striking out one of the better hitters in the fall league. Let's play 11, baby, in Scottsdale.
Right here, right now.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try.
Really?
This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
The track record for this league is exceptional. Since 1992, when it all began, 333 All-Star selections, 33 Rookies of the Year, 21 MVPs, 7 size. 39 former Arizona Fall League players were selected to the 2022 All-Star game. I mean, you are looking at players that you're going to see in the bigs, not years down the line. Next year, many of the players that you see will end up in the major leagues. Noah Murdoch. No, that's not Noah Murdoch. That's Colin Selby. We'll switch that. Don't worry. It's the 11th. Give us a break, okay? And Reese Hines is currently pinch running over there at second. Yeah. Had to do a quick check. Hines coming off the bench in the Cincinnati system, and he's got his teammates up here, Noel V. Marte with Matt McClain on deck. Big swing and a miss from Marte, who has not had a successful evening. 0 for 4.
He did hit that one ball really hard in the right center with the bases loaded.
Yeah, we thought that was.
I thought that was the
to be
game
2-run
changer,
single,
right?
and that was going to be the hit.
I thought it was a double off the bat. It was a great play.
You talk about guys getting to big leagues quick. Bryson Stott was in this league last year, and he's playing in the World Series a year later.
That's away, and that is third base for Hines.
Reese can run for a big man.
Good athlete. Just has had trouble staying healthy. Different injury every year he's been a pro.
Yeah, pandemic and the knee surgery and then the hamate surgery. And he's a young man that really needs the at-bats.
Ball 2 to Marte.
Need some strikeouts here, but Selby can get them. He throws in the upper 90s, got a sweeping slider if you try to sit on the fastball.
And he struck out.
He must have not seen that pitch at all. He missed that ball by a foot.
Here comes Matt McLean.
This guy's got good stuff, man. It's late. All his stuff is very late at the plate.
Ball one, 16th round, 2018. Out of Randolph-Macon College, D3 in Virginia.
Matt's had a good day offensively. See if he can follow it up.
Again, though, for Selby, that plays to your hole. If you're good, Dan, they'll find you.
Boy, we're seeing that out here. From independent leagues to Division III programs, Division II programs, especially of arms. Arms are coming from a lot of different places now.
Strike two to McLean.
I think the MLB Draft League helps too. It's like a showcase for some of these small college guys.
I think the MLB Draft League is turning into the best development league in summer baseball, quite honestly. I think the Northwoods League has gone completely backwards. I think the Cape League is not what it once was. I think that's becoming the preeminent league for the development of young players in our game in the summertime.
McLean. Ooh, takes one off the plate. Close.
Because it's still focused on development. I think the Cape and Northwoods League are totally focused on winning now. I think they've gone completely backwards in their development of players. I think it's bad for our game.
McLean strikes out. Look at Colin Selby go.
I had not known much about Colin Selby till I saw him on opening day here in the Fall League. Strike out Jordan Lawler, who had a great first day, stealing home runs, steals, doing everything. He was like 99, 99, and struck him out with like an 89-mile-an-hour slider. And I was like, who's Colin Selby? Where'd this guy come from?
This right now is unhittable.
Yeah, Hackenberg swinging and missing. Dan, I think the sac fly is dead. I mean, how many times? We haven't seen one tonight.
I think it's gone the way of the bunt.
How many times have sac fly opportunities opened up?
We're going to get one right here with 2 outs.
Yeah. Good luck. Hackenberg watches that one sail up. Well, maybe we'll see one in the bottom half of the frame from Surprise.
We can only hope.
Yeah. A bunt and a sac fly? I don't know.
I'm there.
That's asking for too much. The pitching's just been too good.
So we have to, there's been some poor approaches with 2 strikes. Ooh. Mr. Hackenberg was absolutely flying on that one.
Three and one.
Throws a lot of sliders for somebody who throws as hard as he does, Jim.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You know, we've never seen a game like it is now, the velocity, and yet the usage of the velocity is at an all-time low. It's crazy. It's your 9-hole hitter up, too.
And he walked him.
I mean, yeah, I mean, to me, he should have been just sitting dead in the middle of the plate with fastballs. And if Mr. Hackenberg catches up with 99, you tip your cap and you move on.
Austin Martin in the leadoff spot for Glendale.
He's due.
He's 0 for 5.
He hadn't hit a ball hard yet either.
1-2.
mean, where was that pitch? That was like 99 on the black. He's just saving it for Austin.
Martin through the right side, and Glendale is back on top. This is a 6-5 game, and a massive throw there from Easley and right. Austin Martin comes through with his first hit of the night.
Took 99 the other way. Great piece of hitting. That's why you can't walk the 9-hole hitter. Can't let Mr. Hackenberg walk. You got to attack him. You got to make him get a hit there. Loud sound.
He scores Hines, who enters as a pinch runner. Now Julian. Strike one.
You just pencil in Julian for a walk here, right?
I don't think I've ever seen a player get 5 walks in a game.
I did. I saw 2 players get 5 walks in a game at the high school All-Star game, at the high school futures game, at the All-Star game this year.
I was with you.
That'd be painful.
I didn't have to do the broadcast on that one, but I felt your pain.
I was there. I was calling
There
that
weren't a lot
game.
of strikes thrown in that game.
No, which was surprising because the year before the game was so crisp. There were strike throwers, there was great defense, and it was just one of those years.
I think there was an event, I can't remember which event now there was. It was held earlier in the week, and a lot of the pitchers had pitched in that event and just looked tired and were not throwing nearly as hard as you're hearing. Like Travis Sakura throws 98, he was throwing 93 and not commanding it.
Let's go, Eddie.
Jet lagged. We've all been there. One, two, and he struck out. That's it for the top half of the 11th. Can the theme continue? Glendale takes the lead. Surprise strikes back. That's been the theme. Austin Martin, the latest to get the job done for the Desert Dogs. It's 6-5 Glendale. Last licks for Surprise. Coming up.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out, we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself and you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Hey, check this out.
I want to try.
Oh, Jesus. When it comes to the long haul, we're thinking of every mile. The all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 5. It's your journey.
As a freshly certified B Corp, Nespresso joins a global movement using business as a force for good. So we don't just cultivate beautiful coffees today, we're committed to creating a beautiful tomorrow. Nespresso, what else?
Don't just clean it, clean it. OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer kills 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. And that feels... OxyClean Laundry and Home Sanitizer also kills the virus that causes COVID-19.
Hey, notable AFL managers like Dusty Baker, Terry Francona. I mean, we're looking at World Series champs, one very recent, and Jerry Manuel, AL Manager of the Year back in 2000. He managed here. So did Mike Scioscia, the 02 champ. Bob Melvin. Who's next? Mickey Story managing Surprise this year. He's in the Astros organization, and Justin Jerschley in the White Sox organization. He is leading the pack for Glendale.
So ghost runner rule in the 11th for surprise down a run. It's Nick Gonzalez at second and Will Wagner, Billy's son, in the 3 spot, and now leading off the inning in the 11th with his team trailing.
I wonder if he's pitched any. Jimmy, has he pitched multiple innings in the fall league, you think?
It's a good question. I don't know. Like a lot of these relievers, it's one inning a lot, especially the guys you're bringing in late in the game. He's having trouble throwing strikes here.
Well, he's up to 24, and this is his 25th pitch now.
Surprise has been resilient tonight, too.
Every time they've come back, I was going to say, even though there's 20 pitchers on each roster, not everybody's available. And we're at the point in the game, Dodson's the 6th reliever. I don't know how how many more guys
running out of arms here
you're allowed to use.
Jim, get ready. Get warm. Wagner into left, and that's going to drop. And here we go. Might have a play at the plate. Gonzalez is there standing. We're tied again. 6-6. Adversity, that's nothing for surprise. They still have not taken a lead yet, and they continue to bounce back.
And Wagner very alert, taking second on the throw.
Yep,
championship winning run on second base.
Absolutely, watch that play the whole way. I actually feel like that throw should have gone to second base there.
Yep. I don't think he picked it. I don't know if he bobbled it. He didn't get it cleanly.
Right to second base.
Any chance.
Kept that runner on first base. Now the winning run's on second.
Schreiber takes one down.
His job is to get this guy to third base.
He's used the opposite field. I mean,
I don't care how he does it. His job is, I don't care if he pulls it, doesn't matter. He's got to be standing on third base or home plate at the end of this at bat.
It's getting loud in that surprise dugout again.
No one's up either, and this is now pitch number 29. They may not have anybody else left.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Dodson or bust.
Because again, they had to play 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
Surprise only had to play 2 this week. They were off Wednesday. They were off Friday.
It's been a great game, though. These two teams have really fought one another back and forth. See, that's a 2-0 swing there. You got to make your mind up. I'm going to look for a ball out over the plate, and I'm going to put a good swing on anything middle half of the plate. I'm not swinging it.
Yeah, it's that type of tense right now in Scottsdale. Schreiber drives it and wins it. The surprise Saguaros own the fall league. 27-year-old Scotty Schreiber gets the job done. First lead of the night comes in the 11th for surprise, and they end it. Danny goes, did you say move the runner over? Yeah, I'm moving him home, and we're going home.
Came back 5 times tonight.
Oh, man.
And he is now
Ripped
shirtless.
the shirt off. A little chilly for that.
In a game that took 3 hours and 54 minutes to complete, that was just absolutely full of treats. Scott Schreiber is the hero. That's how you split the gap, Dan.
That's getting him over and getting him in right there. That ball was a rocket.
What a matchup. Would you say these two teams were evenly matched tonight?
That was fun. I mean,
that was a fun game.
And, you know, it's interesting. We talked in the open about how Surprise was set up a little bit better, had more pitchers available, and I wonder if that's what made the difference.
I'll tell you, just the emotional energy of the game, and these players really were emotionally connected to winning this game. I was very impressed with that. It's been a long summer for them. Look at that. Joy of winning.
And this is the end of their pro season. This is the way they walk off. before they head home and get in off-season training mode. Do you want that shirt back?
Let's go into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You got to send that to Cooperstown.
The AFL Hall.
They did it right here at Scottsdale Stadium.
We're 30 years in. That might be next on the list. We'll talk to Chuck Fox at some point, who does an excellent job running this operation here. Another successful run through the Fall League. We're going to see if we can get Scotty Schreiber on the mic. He might be shivering a little bit. It got chilly at this point. This game started at about 66 degrees temp. I'm going to guess, Jim, that we're at 49 degrees at this point.
I was going to say, I bet the first number begins with a 4.
Yeah. Now the party is on for the surprise Saguaros, who had the best record in the Fall League and earned themselves an automatic trip to this championship game, winner take all, and they grabbed it.
Tell you, it was a total team win too. All those guys from the bullpen that came in and threw so well.
Let's bring in Scotty Schreiber, Mr. Walkoff in the 11. Scott, congratulations. Banner presentation going down there right now. Glad to see your shirt. I mean, hey, that's a good shirt to put on.
Yeah, this is a good one. This fits me well.
Yeah, it does. So take me through what was going on in that 11th inning. You obviously have had a chance as a ball club to bring home some runners in scoring position, and you picked the perfect time to get it done.
Yeah, Will did a great job, just like he's been doing all fall here. Just getting a pitch that he was able to get down the line there and get himself in a scoring position. So I was just lucky enough to get a ball up in the zone and be able to do something with it and get Will in. Sorry, my breathing.
No, I like it.
I'm still all hyped up.
Yeah, as you should be. I mean, your team is fired up. They're celebrating on the field. We're showing your game-winning knock. So we documented throughout this game how much this is a developmental league, until tonight especially. This was a championship game with a lot on the line. How much was that talked about among this ball club?
Oh, it was huge. You know, we came in each and every day trying to win each and every game, and this team did a great job of just coming together and putting, you know, good games together. And it was just, I mean, just another game for us. Obviously, it's a championship game, but everyone came, you know, we threw a whole bunch of arms, being with extra innings, and it was just a great team win.
Hey, do this for me. Congrats on the dub, and go throw off your headset and get in one more team pick. Make them take one more right now.
All right.
And we'll get the picture of it. Thanks again. We appreciate it.
You got it.
Wow. Scott Schreiber, Mr. Walkup. They better take one more picture for him. Here he comes.
He
You
better
can't miss him.
demand that.
Their cleanup hitter. I was like, do we talk about the season, or does he get a photo? There we go.
There we go.
Come on.
Really nice to see him succeed out here too. Like, you know, as we talked about,
he's been through a lot.
Older players in the league, but he's had back issues going back to Nebraska. He's got some talent. He's got some real power. Didn't even start playing this year till August as he was coming back from back surgery. Has been hot. Very strong fall. I talked to him a couple days ago, talking about representing the Astros. They just won the World Series. He was hoping to keep it going. And in the 11th inning, Astros delivered. Will Wagner, Scott Schreiber, 2 more Astros champions.
For wherever his career path ends up, this is something he will always remember. National television, AFL championship game, some of the top prospects in the sport. And that man, Scotty Schreiber, with the big knock. Homers, some excellent pitching, and bonus baseball in the Fall League. Coming up next on MLB Network, MLB Network presents The Bird, Mark Vidrich. And for Jim Callis, Dan O'Dowd, our entire superstar crew out here in Arizona, I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. Thanks to all the hard-working people who organized another big year in the AFL. And good night from a walk-off surprise team in Arizona.